Sound test 1 2. 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 Ay, bagan. Sound test 1 2. Sound test 1 2. Sound test 1 2. 1 2 1 2. Sound test 1 2. Sound test 1 2. Sound test 1 2.
Good morning, councillors, distinguished guests in the gallery, ladies and gentlemen. May we rise for the Speaker of Council, Councillor Margaret Arnolds.
Good morning, councillors, officials, people in the gallery. Can we remain standing for a moment of silence for prayer or meditation? Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Shea, we had an extra half a minute because when we started you were walking. Thank you. Councillor Christians, if it's on what I said to Councillor Shea knows we've agreed that we'll do it that way. Thank you. Councillor, you are acknowledged.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, can we please check quorum before we start, because my count shows us to be just about 100. Thank you.
Councillor Christians, we are getting there. We're starting at 10 o'clock. We'll get to the quorum. We'll get to everything. Just to settle your mind, we'll get to the quorum. It's part of us starting. Thank you, colleagues.
Good morning, councillors. It is hereby notified that the continuation of the 33rd Ordinary Council meeting of the City of Johannesburg Municipality will be held on Tuesday, the 30th of September, 2025 at 10 a.m. at the Constance Konibabela Council Chamber in Braamfontein. And the first item on the agenda is opening.
Thank you, colleagues. Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, Councillor Cllr Dada Morera in absentia. Whip of Council, Councillor Kazamula Chauke. Chair of Chairs, Councillor Vuhani Marema. All political party leaders and whips, members of mayoral committee, chairpersons of Section 79 committees, fellow councillors, Acting City Manager, Mr. Kiba Kekana, Secretary to Council, Mr. Andile Kubinga, officials of the City of Johannesburg, residents of the City of Johannesburg, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to the continuation of the 33rd Ordinary Council meeting of the City of Johannesburg Municipality. At this point, councillors, I will allow 10 minutes for councillors to ensure that they sign the attendance register for the meeting before we verify the number of councillors present so as to confirm quorum. It is now, according to my watch, it's 2 minutes past 10, and 10 minutes would be 12 minutes past 10. Let's all be back in time. Councillors, I don't want us to repeat yesterday when we went to the second meeting. Many of you have not signed in. So this is the time to ensure that you sign in. Councillor Christians.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, every council meeting has stood on this issue of quorum, and I've been dismissed. Madam Speaker, I'm now going to rise in terms of Rule 58(1), where if it is brought to your attention, you have to count who is in the House. You cannot take a unilateral decision to open council before we are correct. Can I please ask you to adhere to the rules so that we do not disintegrate into what happened yesterday? Thank you very much.
Councillor Christians, I've adhered to the rule, and I do believe that even if I count people now, like I said in the last council meeting, when I was counting, there was people from all sides walking in, and they are all outside. As you can see, they are walking in. Your councillors are walking in. So if I counted 20 now, and there was another one coming in, it meant there was 22. There's another one of your councillors walking out, and she will walk in again. Please, colleagues, I'm not going to take that. Let's not debate. 10 minutes has started. Let's go and check our councillors. Whoops, please check if all your members are here. I'm giving extra 5 minutes because the legal advisors asked me they want to check something. Thank you so much. Councillor De Lange, I see your hand, but we are currently on a break. You'll tell me afterwards. Thank you, Councillor De Lange. Colleagues, can I ask WIPs and leaders of caucuses to ask their members to settle down? Can we do that? Legal has just informed me. How many? Legal has just informed me that we are 159 councillors. Can I ask that we settle? Thank you so much. We are collaborating and we are going to continue with our meeting. We're going to the next item, STC.
We are now on applications for leave of absence.
Thank you, colleagues. We have received the following leave of absence in writing. Councillor Lebohang Makoka on party business. Councillor Temba Mabunda on party business. Councillor Moiponi Rakosa, family bereavement. Councillor Advice Chuma on party business. Councillor Mishak van Wyk, ill health. Councillor Cabello Mohache, family responsibility. Councillor Genevieve Durant, family responsibility. Councillor Raymond Nkosi, ill health. Councillor Jabulani Ngwenya, ill health. Councillor MMC Eni Makafula, council business. Councillor Senbeth Nhlapo, private business. Councillor Edwin Ntidi, out of the province. Councillor Sarah Whistler, out of province. Councillor Nicole Johnson, out of the country. Councillor Michael Crichton, ill health. Councillor Zone Hughes, ill health. Councillor Florence Roberts, private business. Councillor Martin Lowe, ill health. Councillor Alex Christians, ill health. Councillor Timothy Trulak, ill health. Councillor Bongani and Komo, study leave. Are there any other leave of absence from the floor? I'll take Councillor Helen Makuba, and then I'll take Councillor Avanse Smith, and then I'll take Councillor Nkonza, and then I'll take Councillor Mohape. Councillor from Action SA, I can't read your name, but I'll take the Councillor from Action SA. I will take Councillor De Lange, and then Councillor, what's his name? Councillor Mofokeng, and then I'll take Councillor Zigebe. I think I've called you all, and in that fashion, we start with Councillor Allen, or we'll end by Councillor Simonse. We start with Councillor Allen Makubo, and we'll end by Councillor Simonse in that order. Thank you, colleagues.
Good morning, Speaker, and greetings to all colleagues. For the IFP, Councillor Mangani will leave at 3:30, and MMC Mabaso will leave at 6 p.m. if we are not done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Makuba. Next, Councillor.
Good morning, Speaker. Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, Councillor Christians is here. He just missed us all so much. We've got three late arrivals. Councillor Peterson and Councillor Reddy will be in by 11, and Councillor Niemand by 1 p.m. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. The next Councillor. The next one.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings, everyone. From the EFF, it's Councillor Raseruta, ill health, Councillor Mulife, ill health, and Councillor Musetla, Ill Health, Councillor Serrani, Private Business, and Councillor Khadebe, running late. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, 2 apologies. I also submitted it on Sunday evening to your office. Councillor Regat Pelser will be leaving at 15:30 for urgent party business, and Councillor Paul Smith will be leaving at 1600, 4 o'clock. And then I'll wait until we are done with the apologies, and then if you can give me the opportunity then. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor De Lange.
Good morning, Speaker, and thank you. Councillor Shumba, Ill Health, and Councillor Edward, late arrival. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, ma'am. Who was next? Councillor, oh, it's not in Kwanzaa, it's Harris. Sorry.
Shalom, shalom, Madam Speaker. Please excuse Councillor Mkwanza, urgent private business. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Next Councillor, Councillor Mofokeng.
Morning, Speaker. I've got the following apologies. The mayor will request to be released for a few minutes. He's attending a urgent matter somewhere, but he'll rejoin us. Councillor Skwaile will request to leave at 1 o'clock for medical reasons. Councillor Ne will leave at 4 o'clock if we are not done. The following apologies are Councillor Rapadu, Councillor Mabuza, Councillor Nzondo, Councillor Elndo, Councillor Mdlela, Asik, Councillor Marumo, Councillor Tsetla, Councillor Bidlamini, Councillor Lobby, Councillor Julius Maki, on council business. A late arrival, Councillor Khomungwe, Councillor Eunice Mtrina, and Councillor Papi Chitsange. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. Councillor Mabuke on family bereavement.
Thank you. Councillor Zigebe.
Good morning, Speaker. The following councillors, Councillor Ahmad, Councillor Kwamanda, and Councillor Mshongo, are running late. Okay.
How far are they running? Thank you. Councillor Simonsi.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. I have late arrivals, Councillor Caldine, Councillor Cherry, and Councillor Reiners. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. These apologies noted. So we know who's leaving early and we know who's arriving late. So if you're leaving, please let us know. Thank you so much.
Councillors, we proceed now to recommendations to Council.
Okay, LEOB, can you table the recommendations and then the chair of chairs?
Greetings, the Speaker, to yourself. Greetings to the Chief Whip of Council, Councillor Chauke. Greetings to the Chair of Chairs, Councillor Marema. Greetings to fellow councillors and guests. Speaker, on behalf of the Executive Mayor, I rise to table items from the Executive. Thank you.
Councillor Marema.
Greetings, Speaker of the City of Johannesburg, Councillor Arnolds, and greetings to the Chief Whip of Council, Councillor Kazamula, Chauke, all chairpersons of Section 79, all whips of different political parties, I rise to table the legislature reports in this council. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. STC.
Councillors, we're starting off with item 19, and that's the performance assessment report for the Office of the City Manager for the 2024-25 financial year for the period April to June 2025, and read together with item 20, and that's the oversight report of the Governance Section 79 Committee on the fourth quarter performance assessment report of the Office of the Chief Operations Officer, Office of the City Manager, Group Strategy, Policy Coordination and Relations, Group Governance, Citizen Relations and Urban Management, Group Communication and Marketing, Group Legal and Contracts, Group Risk and Assurance Services, and Group Forensic and Investigation Services for the period April to June 2025.
Before we call the speaker that's going to ascend, can I get Councillor De Lange? Apologies, Councillor De Lange. By Jammer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Freedom Front asks for a 4-hour caucus break, please. Just a joke, just to lighten the mood.
Ek het amper 'n hartaanval gekry.
Nee, ek het gedink het gaan naby wees na gister se maracas. Madam Speaker, just a small little note, and my caucus just alerted me. A decision was taken, I remember we didn't support the decision, that we don't debate physical oversight reports in council. But I see your team still adds names to these items, and then I don't want us to slip up, because for argument's sake, I didn't prepare anything for an oversight, because we don't discuss these. So I don't know if we can look at a different format going forward. Because if we look at item 47, running right through to item 58, and I remember specifically the decision was that we don't debate our physical oversights emanating out of our committee activities. I do see names there, and I don't know how we're going to change this, because obviously the member in charge must table it like we did it in the old days, and then the member in charge will also close the item. So if we can just look at that. As far as I can remember, the Secretary to Council just reads the items in, and we then note them. So there's no confusion regarding this anymore. It's just for process purposes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor De Lange. Chair of Chairs, because I want to start with the item.
Thank you very much, Speaker of Council. I think my learned colleague there just read into our minds something that I was discussing with the Whip of Council here, that when we get to that items, they will all be read into the records, all of them, and then we note them. So I think in the future it's something that can be corrected, but that is the approach, and perhaps the whip was going to raise it, but I see that Councillor De Lange there had already picked it up. The same is with the item 59, 60, 61, and 62. They will be read for noting, because those are terms of reference that you can't debate. I mean, it's terms of reference from committees that went to stretch sessions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. I think we've just agreed here that we did not have a resolution like that, but we can always ask yourself to stand up and ask us to do that. Councillor De Rocha, I'm going to close because I need us to carry on to the item that we have read in. It's only that I had forgotten to take Councillor De Lange. I'm not going to take anything on this item. MLC Mabaso.
Ngiyaxolisa, Speaker, my apologies. Greetings to yourself and all the colleagues. Speaker, the fact of the matter is that we do have a resolution with regards to what Councillor De Lange has raised in the meeting. So I think administratively we need to correct it. Yeah, so your legal must advise you correct and the administrative support there.
Thank you, MMC.
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Belinda, are we delving into that as well? Because I want us to start with where we're supposed to.
Madam Speaker, I just want to bring to your attention that I have had my hand up. You said you are not taking any more hands.
Can you please?
And you spoke and you allowed Councillor, the MMC to speak.
I can't even hear you, Councillor Belinda.
And you allowed the
speak?
MMC to speak. I just want to say...
Colleagues, can we not start the day off the way we did, yes, the way we ended it off? Councillor Belinda, can you get to the point, please? Councillor Belinda? Oh, you decided not to speak. Colleagues, can we get into the item? The ANC Councillor Ngwenya? We on the item, can you proceed?
Good morning, Madam Speaker. We're hoping as the ANC today won't be insulted in any way. Madam Speaker, residents of Johannesburg, members of the Mayoral Committee, Chair of Chairs, Councillor Adolphe Marema, the Whip of Council, Councillor Chauke, and all councillors present in this chamber. Madam Speaker, let me take this moment to congratulate the African National Congress Youth League, as led by President Colin Malachi, for convening a successful National General Council. This was not just an event, but a demonstration of the renewed energy and discipline of the Youth League in responding to the needs of our people. Madam Speaker, the NGC reaffirmed the call by our President Colin Malachi that young people must be trusted with leadership, and indeed young people are capable of leading with vision and courage. Madam Speaker, as the ANC Youth League in Johannesburg, we stand ready to translate these resolutions into action on the ground. Madam Speaker, Muchapalong is not just a slogan. It is a commitment that many more young leaders will rise within the city of Johannesburg, ensuring that the renewal of our movement and strengthening of service delivery in the city of Johannesburg. Speaker, in this spirit, let me officially congratulate Councillor Mzobe on being elected as the Councillor of Ward 130. A clear demonstration that the ANC trusts young leaders with responsibility. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, I can't say the same about the other political party that I won't mention, that believes that a 74-year-old can fix Johannesburg and the challenges that we have in Johannesburg. What a shame, Madam Speaker. Speaker, turning into item 19 and 20, that speaks to the performance assessment report of the Office of the City Manager, allow me to emphasize that this is one of the most critical offices within the administration of the city. It coordinates all departments and ensures that, that service delivery reaches our residents effectively. It is therefore important that in the performance assessment, we not only acknowledge the work done, but also reflect honestly on whether KPIs are being met. While progress has been made, Madam Speaker, much more still needs to be done. Meeting KPIs is not just a compliance exercise. It is about improving the daily lives of our residents in tangible ways. Equally importantly, Madam Speaker, is that service delivery must be properly communicated to communities. Our residents must not only benefit from services, but also must feel and see that the city is working for them. Lastly, Madam Speaker, we must move with agency to appoint a permanent city manager. Stability and strong leadership in the administration are essential to keep the city functional and responsive to our people's needs. Madam Speaker, as the ANC, we note these items with the expectation that it will drive higher performance, greater accountability, and improve service delivery for all the people of Johannesburg. Ngiyabonga, Madam Speaker.
Can we have a response from the executive?
Greetings again, Speaker.
Greetings to the Executive Mayor in his absentia. Let me also greet fellow councillors as well. Speaker, we have noted all the comments, Speaker, and indeed we hope to improve where needed, and we take every comment as it comes, and indeed we do commit that we'll improve where needed. But Speaker, I would have done injustice to my responses if I fail to address this narrative that seeks to suggest that DA runs better municipalities. The main challenge is that we never address such issues with facts. For those of us who are from Cape Town, now during our January 8, we had a chance to drive around Cape Town. Cape Town is a tale of two cities, if I may call it. There's a white city, there's a black city, and a colored city. It's called into three. So it would be wrong to want to project.
Can you have a seat? Councillor Ran.
Madam Speaker, we had a ruckus here yesterday regarding certain terminology and things that were said in this House. Okay, going racially within speaking and misleading houses is not acceptable either. Okay, have we driven down Joburg recently? Okay, because Joburg is a complete disgrace. Okay, but sorry, Madam Speaker, can I please be protected?
Councillors, on my right. Councillors on my right. Can we not do what we are doing? I asked yesterday that we respect each other. Her hand was up. We can't even hear what she's saying. Can we please allow me to rule when I have to rule? Can we not do that? Councillor Ran, can you haste to do what you are doing?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Okay, yesterday we had an issue in the House regarding words and terminology that was being used. Okay, now today we're having racial comments being said about white and black. We're a South Africa that is made up of a diverse range of people.
Thank you, Councillor Ran.
Can we please stop
Thank you, Councillor Ran. LEOB, can you continue?
But Speaker, I have not insulted anyone, no.
LEOB, can you please continue? Can you continue?
I am simply saying, Speaker, I think we have failed to deal with this narrative, and it's wrong that they want to subject themselves to being one of the best, when in actual fact, they have failed. They've run the city of Johannesburg.
Can you please take your seat? Councillor Christians.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this item that we're discussing is not about Cape Town. Can I please ask you to ask the MMC to deal with the item that is at hand? Nobody.
No. LEOB, can you continue? Can we also respect colleagues? Can you allow me to do what I have to do? Councillor Mahile, Councillor MMC, please. Councillor LEOB, can you continue? Can you switch off your mics?
Speaker, I don't know why Christian is taking an issue, because they raised the issue of Cape Town in this chamber. I am simply saying it becomes wrong to want to think that Cape Town is the best. We are from there. Yes. For some of us, yes. I agree.
Can you speak through me?
So, Speaker, and I think what the DA is missing, is that Speaker, I think what the DA is missing is that the Auditor General's
Can you
report
please take your seat once again?
does not
Can you take your seat once again?
But
Colleagues, Councillor Depe and the councillor next to you. Asseblief toch. Kan ons net ophou. Respect earns respect. If I don't respect you, you won't respect me. And respect earns respect. Councillor Belinda, can you in 2 seconds tell us?
Madam Speaker, I am reserving my right to speak. It's okay.
Thank you. Leader of Executive Business, can you finish? You have 1 minute left. You have 2 minutes and 22 seconds.
Speaker,
can you finish, please?
I see that maybe I'm touching the nerve. I will, but we cannot then shy away from addressing issues that are put wrongly, Speaker. The mayor of Johannesburg, Speaker, is on the ground daily addressing the service delivery issues. And I think it pains them that he's doing what they failed to do over the years. They ran the city as well, the DA. They ran the city from 2016. They talk about the squatter camps and so on, but we got the squatter camps from 2016, between 2016 and 2019. They are running the government of the city of Johannesburg. So, Speaker, I think what we need to correct is that we can't come to Cllr and mislead this council to want to believe that there's a better party than the other. So Speaker, I want to say that maybe yesterday the issue that they had, the DA, was that the madam was here and they had to impress and had to go all out to impress the madam. We are not here to impress, but we are here to work for the people of Johannesburg and to make sure that they get services. Speaker, this report is for noting. I therefore request Council to note this report, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC colleagues. I have noted that we are putting up our hands and we are not even coming out with any rule. We are just putting up our hands because it is a nicer way to scream. Please, can we not do that? The MMC has sat down, Councillor Christians. I'm not going to allow you because he's sitting down. Hands up when he's speaking. I am not going to do that, and I'm being advised not to do that. Councillor Magwenchu, member in charge, it is your turn.
Greetings, Speaker. Greetings to the Executive Mayor in absentia. Greetings to the Chief Whip. Greetings to Chair of Chairs. Greetings to all chairpersons. Greetings to all MMCs. Greetings to fellow councillors. And greetings to all the residents of the city of Johannesburg. Madam Speaker, all the parties that have debated on this item have been clear on one thing. The city must appoint a city manager. I therefore implore on the Executive Mayor to do the right thing and finalize this process, as it's clear that it's impacting on the work of council. Speaker, I therefore ask this council to note the report. Thank you.
Thank you, member in charge. Colleagues, the recommendations are on pages 19.24 and 20.10. Are the items agreed to? Thank you so much. Next item, STC.
We're on item 21. And that's the performance assessment report for the City of Johannesburg Legislation Department for the 2024-25 financial year for the period April to June 2025, read with item 22, which is an oversight report of OCOL on the 2024-25 fourth quarter budget and performance assessment report of the legislature of the City of Joburg for the period April to June 2025, also read with item 23, which is the performance assessment report for the Office of the Ombudsman for the 2024-25 financial year for the period April to June 2025. And lastly, read with item 24, which is the oversight report of the OCOL on the 2024-25 third quarter performance report of the City of Johannesburg Office of the Ombudsman for the period April to June 2025.
Thank you so much, STC. Member in charge, Councillor D. Ponsonby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and my greetings to yourself, the Executive Mayor in absentia, the Executive Chairpersons, our caucus, our PA caucus, Joburg 10, and our caucus leader, Councillor Kenny Kunena. Madam Speaker, I rise to table the following items of the Oversight Committee on the Legislature quarterly performance reports on the Legislature and the Office of the Ombudsman. Item 21, Performance Assessment Report for the City of Johannesburg Legislature Department for 2024-2025 financial year, with item 22, the Oversight Report of OCO for the same quarter, the fourth quarter budget performance assessment. With item 23, the Performance Assessment Report for the City of Johannesburg Office of the Ombudsman. With item 24, the Oversight Report of OCO on the fourth quarter Budget Performance Assessment Report for the same period, April to June. And I thank you.
Thank you, Member in charge. ACDP, Councillor C. Rolson.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I speak, with your permission, Councillor Mkonza has attributed his 1.5 minutes to my time. So that would make it 3 minutes. With your permission, Madam Speaker.
Surely, Councillor Rolson.
Thank you,
Fine.
Madam Speaker. Much
You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Appreciate that. Greetings to you all in the precious name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen. Amen. Greetings to you, Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor, MMCs, councillors, distinguished guests, and residents of Johannesburg. Madam Speaker, before I do my speech, I'd also just like to say that the Honorable Nelson Mandela, when he became President of South Africa, he was at the age of 75 years of age. So Madam Speaker, if a person is able to, Madam Speaker, am I protected? Madam Speaker, am I protected?
Rolson, can you just take your seat, please? Does anybody on my right want to speak? Can you put up your hand if you want to speak? Thank you. No one. Councillor Rolson, can you take your, can you rise?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And look at the amazing job that Nelson Mandela did at the age of 75. I thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise on item 22, the oversight report on alcohol. Alcohol. My apologies, not alcohol, but alcohol. On the 2024-25 fourth quarter budget and a performance assessment report of the legislature of the City of Johannesburg for the period of April to June 2025. Madam Speaker, the ACDP supports the concerns raised in this report and the lack of repairs and maintenance. And Madam Speaker, the concern of the ACDP is in the legislature. I have on numerous occasions highlighted the problem that we have with this window in the gallery, Madam Speaker. Now the question that might be asked, why is he raising this issue on the window? Having been a member of the emergency services, I'm well aware of the fact that when there is an unstable window, it can collapse at any time. And Madam Speaker, taking into consideration that the honorable leadership that we have that visit our gallery and that visit this chamber, the honorable ANC executive, of all parties, Madam Speaker, we have members of parliament, deputy presidents. Madam Speaker, I would hate to see the day where this window collapses and the glass falls on these executive VIPs. Madam Speaker, I ask you humbly, please, Madam Speaker, because as your executive, I've approached your executive a number of occasions. They guaranteed me action would be taken. No action was taken whatsoever. What is my evidence?
Councillor Olsen, your time is up. Action SA, Councillor Zwane.
Greetings, Speaker. Greeting to Action SA Caucus Leader Marcel Cllr. Special greetings to the residents of the city of Johannesburg. I rise to speak on item 22. Acknowledging the achievements of the department, you must recognize the way legislature has met its mandate. There are several key achievements worth noting. Public engagement, the department significantly exceeded its annual target for citizens' participation, engaging over 15,500 residents against the target of 12,000. This may look like a cornerstone of democracy accountability, but it's not. The city of Johannesburg has plus minus 6 million residents, only 15,500 is engaged. This is less than the residents. This number is less than the residents of Ward 180. The implementation of oversight program was achieved at 100%, with 28 oversight conducted and 13 comprehensive reports compiled. This demonstrates a commitment of holding the executive accountable. The legislature successfully advertised 2 critical bylaws for public consultation, achieving 100% compliance with the required processes. All council and Section 79 committees meetings were conveyed as required, with agenda distributed promptly, ensuring the smooth functioning of our core legislature business. Those accomplishments, particularly in the public participation and oversight, are commendable and form a solid foundation upon which to build. However, we are confronting the reality of underperformance. Honorable Speaker, the department report compels us to shift our focus from celebrating a sober to a sober reflection. The oversight findings reveal systemic challenges that, if left unaddressed, fundamentally undermine our credibility and effectiveness. The overall performance is not 68% initially reported, but to be more accurate, is 63, with 6 of 9 key performance indicators not met. The areas of failure are not minor operational issues. They strike the heart of our governance. The collapse of ward-level democracy, the most alarming finding of this failure in ward committee functionality against the quarterly target of 405 ward committee meetings, only 95 were held. This is not a minor miss. It represents a 77% failure rate. The reason include threats to councillors and community frustrations are seriously symptoms of deeper crisis. This means the most fundamental challenge of communication between residents and their elected representative is severely compromised. Financial mismanagement and lack of accountability, legislature financial performance is deeply troubling. We failed to pay our suppliers on time, achieving only 74.5% compliance with the mandatory 30-day payment rule. This damages our reputation and violates the MFMA. This is a significant spending on critical budget. Only 71 of the capital budget and 85% of the operational budget were spent. This indicates poor planning and execution. Most concerning is the discrepancy in the reporting. For example, KPI 11 on repairs and maintenance was marked achieved despite only 59% of the budget being spent on repairs. Such inconsistency erode trust in the entire reporting system. Lack of councillor compliance and code of conduct is unacceptable that only 85 of councillors are compliant with the code of conduct regarding their municipal accounts. This means 19 councillors are in areas for over 90 days, owing
24 seconds left.
Owing between 1.4 and 1.6 million. As a leader, we cannot demand financial responsibility from residents while failing to meet our own obligations. Action SA notes this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Avante Smith, you have 8 minutes because you're getting the minutes of Councillor Trulak.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Madam Speaker, fellow councillors and guests, I rise to speak on the Q4 report on the legislature. As this report is the culmination of the year's report, I feel it is necessary to give an overview of the year in its entirety. Today, the Democratic Alliance must place on record our deep concern. The legislature of Johannesburg has failed in its core mandate of oversight and accountability in 2025. This failure is not accidental. It is the result of political manipulation, weak leadership, and a legislature that is being captured by the very executive it is meant to hold to account. Firstly, the office of the Speaker has abandoned impartiality. Instead of being a neutral referee, the Speaker has repeatedly acted in defense of the governing coalition. Rulings are skewed, debates are curtailed, and the opposition is silenced. Speaker, as you are returning to the role moving forward, I trust your office will protect the democratic process, not shield a failing executive. Many of these decisions will be taken on review by the Democratic Alliance. Secondly, to the Chair of Chairs, the Section 79 committees should be the backbone of oversight. Instead, under the current executive, they have become talk shops and rubber stamps. Officials are allowed to dodge questions, reports are sanitized, superficial, and often the master report does not tally with the annexures and critical investigations are blocked and committee requests appear to be misunderstood. The people of Johannesburg deserve robust scrutiny, proper oversight, and not cover-ups for the failures of officials or executives. Thirdly, transparency has collapsed. Quarterly oversight reports meant to expose service delivery failures are deliberately watered down or tabled late, often months out of date. This protects the executive but leaves the residents in the dark. Let us be clear. When Soweto sits without power, when Ennerdale and Coronationville run dry without water, when rubbish piles up on our streets and traffic lights remain dead, it is because this legislature refuses to demand answers. Colleagues, this is not oversight. This is complicity. Instead of holding the mayor and the mayoral committee accountable, it runs interference for them. Instead of defending residents, it defends politicians. The Democratic Alliance rejects this decay. We remind the House that our duty is to the people of Johannesburg, not to party bosses. We will not sit quietly while this legislature betrays its constitutional duty. We will continue to expose failures, table hard questions, and use every legislative tool available to shine a light where others prefer darkness. Speaker, history will judge us harshly if we continue down this road. Johannesburg is collapsing under the weight of corruption, incompetence, and neglect. And this legislature has chosen silence over accountability. The DA will not be silent. We will continue to fight for a legislature that is independent, that speaks the truth to power, and that stands on the side of residents, not failed politicians. The people of Johannesburg deserve nothing less. The Democratic Alliance notes this report with serious reservations. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Baloy from the EFF.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I will speak on behalf of Councillor Baloy. Greetings to you, Speaker, and fellow councillors in the chamber. Speaker, allow me to congratulate these African leaders for putting Africa and its interest first. President Traore of Burkina Faso, President Ndaito of Namibia, President Boko of Botswana, President Koita of Mali, President Chiani of Nigeria. Unite, Africa, unite. Speaker, the EFF advocate to a true transparency, not just a report that reflects 100% while having so much challenges. We don't approve reports based on percentages. We see these 100% achievements, but we are concerned of challenges stipulated in this report. Speaker, we are also concerned about councillors that are reported not holding public meetings. According to this report, this means 58 wards out of 135 are not getting service delivery. Yet we need to approve these reports. We are failing the residents of these wards. The challenges that are stipulated in this report raises a concern to us as economic freedom fighters. It can't be that out of 405 ward committee meetings, only 95 ward committees meetings were held. Selection and interviewing panel, we want the result of the city manager appointment. EFF does not believe in acting. Please conclude the process and give us results. All vacant positions need to be filled permanently, especially that the motivation was sent to the committees by the departments. We are concerned about our general expenditure without going through one by one. As the economic freedom fighters, we approve the report with consent. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Moeti from the ANC. T. Moeti. Can you please speak into your mic, please, Councillor? Thank you.
Ke kala ke dumedisa wena sebui sa rona hantle ke na le kelela go khutlela mogao mo feletseng teng maobane empa ha re mo ke tla dumedisa wena sebui sa rona me Margaret Arnolds ke dumedise motsoka spadi wa rona eleng tate Chauke ke dumedise majoro wa rona eleng tate Sello Morero le mahlahana a hae ke dumedise borra le batwa kaofela ke dumedise badudi ba rona ba city of Joburg ke phahama mona mme ke phahamisa ditemana tse tharo eleng tse nne eleng tse latelang 22 le motsolomo 22 le motsomobedi 22 le motsomeraro 22 le motsomene re le mokgatlo wa ANC rona ditemana tsena tse ke di badileng re a di ananela In simple English, we note the reports.
Councillor Moeti, thank you so much. Chair of Chairs, Councillor Marema.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker of the City of Johannesburg, Councillor Arnolds, the Honorable Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, Councillor Dada Morero, the Whip of Council, Councillor Kazamula Chauke, leadership of caucuses in their different political parties. I greet you all and the guests in the gallery. Speaker, on public participation, the legislature has improved numbers of participants ranging from IDP, MDB, and SMME workshops. When annual target was exceeded, the legislature has also seen an increase in public ward meetings, which reflects that there is ongoing interaction with ward councillors and their communities. And we continue to monitor these engagements in order to ensure improvement. And of course, having said that, we are not disputing the fact that there are still other ward councillors that are not actually holding public meetings. And that is also taken into account, matters that was raised by councillor from the Action SA. Speaker, the bylaw making, we're pleased to report that 100% was achieved against this KPI on bylaws that was advertised for public consultation. And I want to speak on the matter that was raised by Councillor Avant Smith. Firstly, I want to acknowledge that you are very correct, Councillor Avant Smith. We as councillors in the City of Johannesburg have the responsibility to hold the executive into account. It is our role, it is our responsibility, it is the reason why we are here today, and we acknowledge that fact. It is important also to note that while we acknowledge that fact, we shouldn't exclude ourselves or look at ourselves from a party political point of view, because then we exclude ourselves from the responsibility that is expected of us. And I say this because if one wants to argue that Section 79 committees are not functional, one must also take cognizance of the fact that all of us here as councillors in the City of Johannesburg sits in those Section 79s. So if you stand up and say, we are not holding executive into account, you're also pointing to yourself. The responsibility, it is not of that of a party to hold the executive into account, but just to demonstrate to other councillors who believe or thinks that we are not taking or playing our role as legislature. And yes, of course, we've got to look at it from all different angles, but I am standing here in front of you as the chair of chairs and giving you a surety that we are not scared, or rather not friends to the executive. We continue to urge all chairpersons of Section 79 committees to hold the executive into account. But this is not solely the responsibility of chairpersons. It is the responsibility of every councillor that is sitting here. When the councillor is saying that we are sitting here, there is no water in which ward, in this ward, which we all know, it is the responsibility of all of us councillors sitting here to hold the executive into account. And I want to urge all of us to play that role or discharge that role without fear or favor to that of the executive. And I'm sure my learned friend, the former chief whip, now the MMC of GCSS, would know that we are friends, but outside being friend, at work we are here to work, not to do each other favors. all my learned MMCs that are here, they would understand, and those who have had a call with myself would understand that it has not been a friendly call or a call for them to go with myself out for a drink, but it is a call to hold them into account. I urge all councillors in the city of Johannesburg to do such, that when they see a failure that we saw in Ward 29, where there are no speed humps, councillors must be concerned in their respective constituency and where they're sitting right now. It is our responsibility. On the question of impartiality, those who favor Kaizer Chiefs and Pirates would understand it depends on where the ball is rolling. As to whether the speaker is impartial, when it favors you, you don't complain. But when it doesn't favor you, like I said, it depends on when the ball is rolling. Others, when they speak good about Cape Town, you see the smile. But when you raise the Nyanga, the Michel Plain, you see the frown in the face. It depends on where the ball is rolling. I want to submit by saying,
40 seconds, Chair. No, you can continue, 40 seconds. Continue. Oh, Councillor Maile. Sorry, Chair of Chairs.
No, thanks very much, Madam Speaker. Greetings and salutations. I just wanted to check if the Chair of Chairs, in reference to learned MMCs, he's referring to all of them as learned. Thank you very much.
That's, no. You are really being frivolous. No. Can you continue, Chair of Chairs? Your time is still up.
Thank you.
You can continue.
Thank you.
Councillor Mailo, you're out of order.
As I wrap up, of course it is the responsibility of the Speaker or the legislature to make sure that all councillors hold meetings or public meetings. We urge all these councillors of the city of Johannesburg to interact with their constituency. All of these ward councillors have 10 ward committee members. Engagements must happen. And we urge all of you to do that. We also urge all of ward councillors, including those in the Section 79 committees, to hold the executive into account with no fear or favor. Let us get into the role of doing our part. Lastly, there is a difference between a ward councillor and a PR councillor. My dear colleague from Action SA. It's easy for a PR councillor to stand and say, yeah, these public meetings are not being held, this and that and that. And I understand from where you're coming from. But there are certain councillors or ward councillors that will raise to you or indicate to you the volatility of the situation in their respective wards, which I believe and I still agree that it is something that we need to improve on making sure that we protect or get the councillors protected as they hold or continue to hold their meetings. I think it is very important for us to also zoom into that space. As I close, all of us has the responsibility to make sure that we build the Joburg that we seek to see. A Joburg where water flows in every household. A Joburg that has electricity in every house. A Joburg that we all want to see the future or our kids in the future living in. I thank you.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Member in charge, Councillor D. Ponsonby.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, son of the hunter. Madam Speaker, the committee recommendation is that Council approves the reports based on the recommendations in item 21 on page 8, item 22 on page 9, item 23 on page 4, and item 24 on page 7. And I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Ponsonby. Colleagues, recommendations, page 21.8, 23.24, and 24.7 are the items agreed to. Thank you, colleagues. STC.
We proceed with item 25.
Is there Is there a hand somewhere? Yes, Councillor? Councillor Kanile.
No, thanks very much, Speaker. Greetings to you. I know that I might be out of order, but I think that would correct me in making your ruling. That's why I'm just raising my hands after the debate has been closed. Madam Speaker, I had the clarity from the Chair of Chairs in regard of some of the issues that was raised. I'm not opening the discussion. But the issue here, Speaker, is that now councillors are all equal. It's whether you are a ward councillors or a PR. That's what this house says. I remember, I think last month, when we were here, they said that all the councillors are equal. But when it comes to the responsibilities on the service delivery on the ground, it's being selective. I think that, Chair, we have to look at that, because it can't be fair that now when the ground is burning, and then the responsibility of the ward councillors. But when there is a project and everything's there, we'll say that we're all equal.
Councillor Kanile, you were right. You are out of order. Can you take your seat? Thank you, colleagues. Can we go to the next item?
Item 25 is the performance assessment report for the Transport Department for the 2024-25 financial year for the period January to March 2025, read with item 26, which is the performance assessment report for the Johannesburg Roads Agency for the financial year, for the 2024-25 financial year, for the period January to March 2025.
Thank you, colleagues. We'll call the member in charge. At this point, it is Just hold on. Apologies, colleagues.
Apologies, councillors. The items continue. The above items are also read with item 27, and that is the performance assessment report for the Johannesburg Metropolitan Bus Services for the 2024-25 financial year, for the period January to March 2025, read also with item 28, which is the performance assessment report for Metropolitan Trading Company for the 2024-25 financial year for the period January to March 2025, also read with item 29, which is an oversight report of the Transport Section 79 Committee on the third quarter performance assessment report of the Transport Department, Metrobus, Johannesburg Road Agency, and Metropolitan Trading Company for the period January to March 2025, also read with item 30, which is the performance assessment report for the Transport Department for the 2024-25 financial year for the period April to June 2025. Also read with item 30, which is the performance assessment report for the Johannesburg Road Agency for the 2024-25 financial year for the period April to June 2025. Also with item 32, which is the performance assessment report for Johannesburg Metropolitan Bus Services for the 2024-25 financial year for the period April to June 2025. Also read with item 33, which is the performance assessment report for the Metropolitan Trading Company for the 2024-25 financial year for the period April to June 2025. And lastly, read with item 34, and that's the oversight report of the Transport Section 79 Committee on the fourth quarter performance assessment report of the Transport Department, Metrobus, Johannesburg Road Agency, and Metropolitan Trading Company for the period April to June 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. We now call Councillor Twala.
Greetings to the Speaker, the Executive Mayor in
Councillor, can you please speak into your mic? Thank you.
Greetings to the Speaker, the Executive Mayor in absentia, the Chief Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, all our MMCs, the councillors of the city of Joburg and residents of the city of Joburg. I rise to table the following items for consideration. Item number 25, number 26, number 27, number 28, item 29, item 30, item 31, item 32, item 33, and an oversight item which is number 34. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Twala. ACDP, Councillor Olsen.
Thank you very much again, Madam Speaker. Greetings to you all again in the precious name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Amen. Greetings again to you, Madam Speaker. All protocols observed. Madam Speaker, I rise on item 31, the Performance Assessment Report for the Johannesburg Roads Agency, SOC Ltd, for the 2024-2025 financial year, for the period April to June 2025. Madam Speaker, the ACDP remains concerned about the condition of Champagne Bridge in the Wilhelmsburg area and Platina Bridge in the Yuxke Park area, and believes that these bridges require greater levels of urgency, willingness, and commitment on the part of JRA for their repair. The ACDP is fully aware that the financial challenges and budget constraints that JRA are facing are dire and are very serious indeed. And the ACDP calls on the executive of the city to release immediate emergency funding to JRA, especially considering the bridges crisis that we are facing. Madam Speaker, over 75% of our bridges in the city are facing collapse, and a staggering amount of 16 billion rand is required to restore these bridges. Should the city not have the funds, the ACDP urges to make emergency applications for the national relief, which can be given in the form of grants for emergency infrastructure restoration. The ACDP asks the executive to proceed with urgency as the bridges are reaching their 50-year lifespan. This is an urgent situation, and we ask for an urgent response of the leadership of JRA and of the city. God bless South Africa. God bless the sovereign state of Israel. I thank you.
Councillor Olsen, thank you so much. The DA, Councillor Krish.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All protocol observed. I rise on items 2530 and 2631. In terms of item 2530 transport, it is no surprise that we must deal with two quarterlies back to back. Since the Section 79 meeting held in April, we've had little or to zero oversight, nothing, on the performance of the department's finances. In fact, since March 2025, we've had the same 4 matters arising. 4 in 9 months. The slow submission of only 4 reports in 9 months reflects our transport department's failings on accountability. It comes as no surprise that the combined grant money rescinded to Treasury by the Transport and JRA is over 500 million rand. Combine that with several CEOs and CFOs in 9 years and an IFP, Action SA and PA MMC, we can only expect that the portfolio has been driven into the ground. For too long, it has been a political feeding trough for tenders and paybacks. Frankly, it's time it had a DA MMC. We note the poor performance of RIA via 1A and the failures to rescue the business, and now await the appointment of the new operators to this route. We also note the slow pace of the RIA via 1C as the city rushes to the route to score political points. We also challenge the lack of diversity in the department with only 9 employees from minorities out of a department of 543. That's 3% in total. When you look at the Democratic Alliance's ranks, we are truly a success story of diversity. In fact, we outshine in the amount of young councillors we have in our ranks as well. A true South African success story. We also note that the need for the transport department to deal with the slow pace of taxi licensing and a lack of clear direction on e-hailing and the overwhelming amount of scooter delivery bikes that place all at risk every day unchecked. We expect more from a department that has a capex of 2.2 billion and cannot wait to address this portfolio in the new term. In terms of item 26 and 31, with 82 million of the allocated 190 million rand annual stormwater budget spent on Lillian-Goy Road, it leaves the city exposed to risk of deadly flooding as stormwater repairs are sidelined. Mark my words, all the scratch and pothole patching will be undone by next March, and the political roadshow will have to begin all over again. In fact, when we all drove home last night, most of the signals that had been restored were all down due to the rainfall. Lillian Ngoy. The original budget for the street was 172 million rand awarded a step up. They were paid 23 million rand for 22% of the work done. That means 78% would be left to do, with only 150 million rand left. We suddenly get a new tender awarded for 192 million rand for that 78% of work to do. Wow, an extra 20 million rand for the balance of work. Phase 1 sits at 75% of the work done, which basically says that the new contractor only did 50% of the work. But in total, with the 82 million rand spent and the 23 million rand given to step up, they have passed over 105 million rand on that road. Sure, with an acknowledgement by the CEO that 220 million rand has been spent or allocated for that road, there's 100 million rand left to do 25% of the work.
Left.
This is frankly the most expensive road in South Africa, giving in account that this council chamber costs 350 million rand as a comparison. So there's 100 million rand left, and I'm sure there's lots of people getting their slice from what's left over. Our city has never been worse of shape. As the Executive Mayor continues his high visibly low impact roadshow, many of our regions have been completely neglected. As our residents have been told, it is due to the mayoral priorities. This quoted by JR employees and heard by my very own ears. We share this with our residents, noting that the GLU doesn't care about the potholes and signals, only the rates and taxes. The mayor needs to focus on let's not
Freedom Front,
forget
please, Councillor Booth.
the DA. No, she did cut.
Morning, Mevrouw Speaker. I've been quiet in council lately because my committees were dysfunctional for the past 2 months. So I'm rising on item 26 and 31 on the entity JRA. It's an entity that affects all our residents on a daily basis. And when you look through these reports for Q3 and Q4, it doesn't look that shabby at all. Yes, in Q3 they spent on their capex 59% and they got speed in Q4 and they made a 98% capex spending. Why they wait for the last quarter to spend all the money, I do not know, but it is a trend in the city. The KPIs achieved were not that great, 62% in Q3, at least 73% in Q4. But what we see on the streets is not what we see in the report. Unfortunately, the private sector is repairing much more potholes than JRA is doing, and we have to battle with the pothole issue on a daily basis. Yes, there has been some improvements. Even on Deckers Road, most of the robots are working for a change, so something has been done. But so much more needs to be done, and it seems to me that this entity is top-heavy on senior managers and professional qualified managers, making up 624 people out of a total workforce of 1,482 people. So 860 people are supposed to do the work while we're sitting with 624 managers. And even those 624 managers are not able to fix urgent repairs. Ask the residents in Region C, Christian de Wet Road, and no, he was not on one of those 3 ships. The Christian de Wet Road was closed in the left-hand lane in March after the heavy rainfall because the shoulder of the road was washed away by the rain. It's now 6 months later. The new rain season is upon us, and still that road is closed. Nothing has been done to start making any attempt to repair that road. The same applies to Doreen Road, up the hill. The left-hand lane is closed. Apparently due to a sinkhole. Madam Speaker, there is no dolomite in Roodekrans. There is no dolomite on top of a mountain. It is just because the shoulder of the road was not maintained. The heavy rain washed away some of the soil, and that is why the road made a dent. It should have been repaired by long. And with an entity with 624 qualified professional people, apparently they do not have the skills to repair that. The rain season is upon us. How long are the residents are going to wait again and live in fear in this road? Because many accidents has happened lately because of this lane closures and nothing has been done.
Ek het gesê jou tyd het uitgehardloop. The PA Councillor Pitso.
Greetings to the Almighty God, our Father, you're welcome in this our city. Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor in his absence, Joburg 10 PA councillors under the effective stewardship of Councillor Kenny Kunene, fellow councillors and residents, I greet you all. Speaker, through you, Councillor Kenny Kunene, I'm going to refer to you as MMC in this my presentation because the things that I'm going to speak about occurred while you were still in office, sir. Speaker, as I was going through the performance assessment reports for the first and second quarter of 2025, I'd firstly love to commend MMC Kenny Kunene for contributing towards aligning the department and its jurisdiction with the city's strategic thrust of being a smart city by rolling out free Wi-Fi at the whopping 37 Ravai stations so far. This smart and progressive step is evident that MMC understands the social issues in our city and has used budget allocated transport department to ensure that residents are connected to internet on the house while waiting on Ravai's trusted buses. However, Speaker, the department is not immune to challenges, and at the center of these challenges is financial constraints. Speaker, the department is currently short-staffed to handle operating license backlog, and I am glad that President Cyril Ramaphosa was here and he admitted and declared that MMC Kenny Kunene is a prophet in this council, because MMC did so to meet the president retrospectively to inform him to prioritize and increase transport department's budget in order to mitigate these issues proactively. And now these issues have manifested as prophesied. As councillors and residents of this city, we trust that the presidential package will also be used to mitigate this by increasing human resource in the department and to deliver patrons out of business rescue. On behalf of the residents and business sector, I'd like to commend on and thank you, MMC, for the good work you've done while in office to restore Lillian Ngoi. We admit that the transport department is subject to budget constraints, but we bless you and we say that may you continue with the Operation Restore once you are back in office, and we give you and to give this city a facelift. Speaker, for this city to move forward, residents are key stakeholders, and as councillors, we cannot do it alone. For example, Ravai system is a very strategic organ of this city. It belongs to everyone, and I want this city and residents to have a sense of ownership by embracing and protecting this organ. Ravai is currently a victim of severe vandalism. We understand that service delivery can inflict frustrations on residents, and as residents, we must be real and responsible. And I must say this unpopular statement that it can't be that we have people who vandalize cities' infrastructure every time we have service delivery issues, and we must just accept it as a norm. It can't be, Speaker. This infrastructure is for all residents. Hence, I was saying that we must have a sense of ownership on our city's infrastructure and entities. We can't be collecting tax to build this city, and after collecting and building, our own destroy what we've built. When are we going to build new things if we keep building the same things every financial year due to vandalism? This council must create stronger measures to protect our city's infrastructure. And if your area is not serviced due to reasons unknown, and you decide to damage robots of your area, you are putting lives of children and the PA knows this report. Thank you.
Councillor Mabele Bele, I hope I've said it right, from Action SA. Mabele Bele.
Thank you so much that you did not butcher my surname. Greetings, Speaker of Council, Margaret Arnolds, Action SA Caucus, all protocol observed. Honourable Speaker, today I stand before this council to reflect on the fourth quarter oversight report of the Transport Department and its entities, namely Metrobus, Johannesburg Road Agency, and the Metropolitan Trading Company. Speaker, what emerges is a sobering picture of missed targets, unresolved challenges, and growing financial risk that threaten the service delivery to the people of Johannesburg. Speaker, allow me to take you through a journey where we go through each entity. We are going to start with the Transport Department. The department achieved only 62 of its key performance indicators. Most concerning is the collapse of the Rea Vaya service. Against the target of 45,000 trips, only 18,024 were delivered, a shortfall of nearly 27,000 trips. Feeder services remain inactive. The Biotrans bus impasses the unresolved and major infrastructure projects like the Sandton and Gandhi Square stations are years behind schedule. Not to forget, GT facility remains stuck at a procurement stage. On top of this, only 18% of internal audit findings and 33 of the Auditor General findings have been resolved. Now let's go to Metrobus. Metrobus 2 remains in crisis with only 62 of its KPIs achieved. It is technically insolvent, drowning in debt owed to the city. The bus fleet is old and unreliable, with only 62% of the fleet requirements met. Complaint resolution stands at a dismal 43%, and despite strong safety records and SMME support, Metrobus overspent its budget by 124 million and now sits with a cumulative deficit of 137 million. Now let's go to JRA. Sorry about that. All right, JRA. JRA represents a mixed picture. On the one hand, it exceeded its resurfacing, pothole repair, bridge rehabilitations, and EPWP job targets. On the other hand, it continues to be plagued by delays in contract appointments, theft, vandalism, community disruption. Its financials are fragile. Irregular expenditure stands at 89 million, and it only achieved 66 resolution of its internal audit findings and 79% of AG findings. Now we're going to go to MTC, Metropolitan Trading Company. MTC shows a growth in digital services with 1.6 million Wi-Fi users and improved CCTV coverage. Yet behind this achievement lies a serious risk. The entity only achieved 63% of KPIs, failed to resolve 70% of Auditor General findings, and recorded 39 million in fruitless expenditure on shareholder loan interest. It is owed 1.6 billion by internal debtors, while itself owing the city over 2 billion. Solvency remains a looming crisis. As I conclude, Honorable Speaker, what this report tells us is that our transport entities are overstretched, financially fragile, and struggling to meet their mandate. Rea Vaya has stalled, Metrobus is technically insolvent, the JRA is fighting vandalism and cash flow problems, and MTC is sinking under debt. And while this report is about transport, we must be honest with residents. The same financial recklessness has left buses off the roads, and the same recklessness has left taps running dry. The water crisis and transport crisis are two sides of the same coin. The city paralyzed by poor.
Councillor Mnisi from the DA. Please switch off your mic, Councillor. Can you switch off your mic, Councillor? Thank you. Councillor Mnisi, DA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on item 26, Performance Assessment Report for JRA. Madam Speaker, the Democratic Alliance cannot just note this report without raising the below issue. Madam Speaker, for more than 3 years, the resident of Protea South Ward 10 has suffered because of blockage stormwater drain, and these faults were reported, launched, escalated, even raised directly to the regional director, Minki Padiachi. Yet, despite all this, no action has been taken. This is not only negligent, it is a serious health and safety crisis. Families are forced to live with unpleasant smell of water and constant risk of flooding. Madam Speaker, it is clear that the JRA has left Protea South behind. Madam Speaker, on the 26th July 2025, I wrote to your office about the same struggle, and your response was you would advise accordingly. Madam Speaker, that was deeply disappointing.
39 seconds.
Community do not need advice, they need solutions. They need leadership that can take responsibility. The Democratic Alliance will not let this issue fade away. We will demand clear timelines for repairs, escalating to the Section 79 Oversight Committee, and continue to stand with the resident until it's done. The people of Protea South deserve equal service delivery, dignity, and respect. Because when the government fails to drain the water, it drowns the dignity of our people.
Your time is up, Councillor. IFP, Councillor Kanyile.
Thanks very much, Speaker. I think that would be patient for my 10 minutes. Greetings to you, Speaker, Executive Mayor is absent, Chair of Chairs, Whip of the Councillor, our caucus leader, MMC Mabaso. Speaker, the IFP in support of the tabling of this report. Japatas would acknowledge that the department had made a visible stride aligning to the work with the broader strategic agenda. The rollout of several stations that are provided with the Wi-Fi is also showing the positive side. Also to promote the initiative and implementation of the transport safety and education program, that is also a positive start. However, Speaker, it also come with the areas concerned, Speaker, that some of the agents need the urgent intervention. Bioprice buses remain a serious setback. Passengers numbers are dropped far below, and largely because that the buses are not operating in the required capacity. Copy of the delays in the operationalisms of the phase 1 rolled out and raised the real question about the accountability of the effective oversight. However, Speaker, the IFP remain committed to work with these councils and the department to ensuring that the transport infrastructure is reliable, safety and accessible, because without of this efficient transport system, our residents cannot fully assess our economic opportunities and live with dignity. Before I wrap it up, Speaker, I just want to quote one thing, Speaker, that when the bird or the bird is sitting too long on the tree while making noise is inviting the stone. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Kanyile. Councillor Leshilo from the EFF. I hope I said it right.
Thank you, Speaker. It's Councillor Leshilo. Ke a leboga. Ke rata go dumedisha batho ka moka nna ke le Ramatsobane wa Madingwaneng ke re a shiawe madume to all the caucus leader of the EFF, Mcini Chwaku, Chief Whip, Tabisawa Mrapi, and the Councillor Kamoka, to our bosses, the residents of City of Johannesburg, Kertameng. We are here today to reflect on the performance of Transport Department and its entities, Metrobus, Johannesburg Road Agency, Reavaya System. It is only right that we begin to acknowledge the achievement to demonstrate what our city is capable of, where there is focus and commitment. Free Wi-Fi has been rolled out and 37 Reavaya stations, an important step toward building smart city and connected city. Metrobus has achieved more than 1.6 million fatality-free kilometers, and remarkable achievement in country where public transport accident claim lives daily. The Johannesburg Road Agency resurfaced more roads than initially targeted, repaired almost 11,000 potholes, and supported 94 small businesses surpassing its empowerment targets. This success, though modest, shows that the progress is possible. However, Honorable Speaker, we cannot ignore the deep shortcoming reflects across the reports. The transport achievement barely 60% of its performance indicators, Reavaya and its crisis. Instead of the target 45,000 trips per quarter, only 8,000 were delivered. Feeder roads remain suspended, buses for biotrans stand idle, and vandalized stations in communities such as Westbury and North Geser leave thousands without access to affordable transport. Phase 1C, the system is years behind schedule, with Sandton and Gandhi Square station still incomplete. The promise is of reliable modern public transport has been reduced to delays, excuses and exclusions. Honorable Speaker, as the economic freedom fighters have been clear, it is not a privilege, it is backbone of development. Our local government manifesto calls for affordable, reliable, safe public transport, build revolutionary financial discipline. Our constitution commits us to a developmental state that must deliver equitable services to all. Yet here we sit faced with underspending, inefficiency, and a lack of agency from those entrusted with responsibilities. Budgets are retained unspent while commuters queue endlessly, buses stand idle, and our people are left stranded and unsafe. The way forward must be decisive. Reavaya stalled
40 seconds.
Must be completed without further delay, with vandalized station restored and idle buses returned to service. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, transport is the heartbeat of this city. When buses fail, when the station remain incomplete, the potholes are left unrepaired. It is poor working class who suffer the most. As the EFF, we need permanent seat manager. We are not going to be part of the delays, failures, and of the process. It must be noted that we are aware that the process of recruitment is
Councillor Peterson from the DA.
Good morning, Speaker and fellow councillors. All protocols observed. I rise to speak on item 28 and 33, which is the third and fourth quarter reports for MTC. Madam Chair, when it comes to MTC, it's truly there are more questions than answers. The same issues persist and are affecting the performance of MTC. Key positions, especially in the executive, are not filled, making this compliance and efficiency impossible to achieve. The Auditor General findings and internal audit findings are not implemented fully, leaving MTC in breach of the Companies Act. Capital expenditure remains unspent, which is a huge concern considering MTC constantly complains about aging infrastructure. What specific measures are being taken to address the high debtor days, 4,859 days, and improve collections from internal debtors? Why are the MTC still incurring significant fruitless and wasteful expenditure due to the shareholder loan interest? What is the timeline for filling key vacancies like the COO and others which are critical for strategic alignment? We should expect the directors to develop and implement a clear, actionable strategy to address liquidity constraints, improve revenue collection, and maybe reduce reliance on
40
internal
seconds,
customers.
Councillor.
MTC in the fourth quarter, the current assets improved by 22%, while MTC says it's committed to supporting city smart initiatives. The infrastructure begs the question why there was no spend on capex in the third quarter to achieve this strategic objective. There is no appetite to resolve the shareholder loan issue. What would be the reason for this? The loan costs us 28 million a quarter, and this directly impacts the cash flow and ability to pay creditors on time and deliver a more reliable service.
Your time is up, Councillor.
Thank you very much.
ANC, Councillor N. Supe.
Greetings, Speaker. Greetings, Mayor of Johannesburg, Cllr Data Morero. Greetings to Chief Whip. Greetings to Chair of Chair, Son of the Hunter. Greetings to DCW, MMC of Johannesburg, resident of Johannesburg. Speaker, let me take this opportunity. Sorry. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to wish everyone a blessed Heritage Month as we are continue to preserve and promote our heritage. We must not forget who introduced our tide road to our people, who introduced our traffic light to our marginalized, and who introduced our township resident to better living condition. Speaker, those people that have introduced this condition, it's our mighty ANC. Speaker, I rise on item 25 to 34, performance assessment report and oversight report. And Speaker, as the ANC, we note the reports. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Supe. The Leader of Executive Business, MMC Zungu. Can you switch off your mic, Councillor Supe?
No, thanks, Speaker. Greetings once again, Speaker, and to fellow councillors. Speaker, I have noted all the comments from different councillors, and indeed, ours is to note and improve where needed and possible. But Speaker, I want to briefly speak on what Councillor Bura said. Indeed, we may always be able to pick the bad, the good from the bad. There is that upward surge to what Cllr has been doing. It cannot all be a bad, Speaker. There's challenges here and there, but the improvements are there. We are seeing a lot of traffic lights that are being repaired and fixed. But let's also not ignore the fact that there's a lot of vandalism in the city of Johannesburg. We repair robots almost daily, but they're vandalized. And that is our biggest challenge as the city that we're facing. I fully agree that I think I drive around the city a lot. I'm on the ground. I've been witnessing a lot of robots that have been out for a number of years. They've been fixed and they're operating. And I think ours is to appeal to to our people that let's look after our infrastructure so that we are not always criticized as the city that we are not doing anything. I think the speakers have spoken, and we are grateful that they've put their comments. Speaker, I therefore ask Council to note this report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MMC. Acting Member in Charge, Councillor Twala.
Yo, izimpahla zininzi sizinxibayo. Speaker, ndicela le ngqungquthela iqaphelise le ngxelo sivumelane ngayo. Ndiyabulela.
Thank you, Councillor Twala. Colleagues, the recommendations are on pages 25.2, 26.12, 27.5, 28.4, 29.21 to 29.22, 30.2, 31.10, 32.5, 33.4, and 34.19 to 34.20. Are these items agreed to? Thank you so much. STC.
On item 35 is amendment of the development lease agreement in respect of portion 420, which is a portion of...
Can you just hold on? There's two hands. The leader of executive business and then the chief whip.
No, thanks, Speaker. Speaker, there's a request from the executive to withdraw item 35 and item 41. Thank you.
Item 35 and item 51.
41.
41. Okay, item 41 is out. Item 35 is out. Thank you. Chief Whip.
Thanks, Speaker. I just needed a caucus with the whip for 10 minutes.
Okay. 10 minutes granted.
All whip, please, can we meet outside?
We come back at 10 past, right? 10 past. Thank you, colleagues. We are back in session. We are 2 minutes over the time. Can we take our seats? Colleagues, can we move to our own seats so that we can start the process? Can the Chief Whip report back to us?
Thanks, Speaker. We have learned that we needed to discuss as the whips to club the items, which is items 36, 37, 38, and 39, and 40. As are items from JPC, we were just consulting each other as whips that we club them. We do them at once. We have agreed on that one. We will club them, and then Councillor Harris will speak at item 36, and Councillor Dilanga at item 40. And soon we will give you the name of the speaker from the EFF. We'll cover all of them. Councillor Mohapi is still dealing with that. And at the ANC, Councillor Mulife SB will represent all the items. I thank you, Speaker.
Can I just get it right so that we at the table, when we start going to the speakers list, we have the right things? Item 36. We are saying only Councillor Harris and Councillor Malifi will talk. Councillor the councillor from Action SA, the councillor from EFF will not speak on those items. Is that what we are saying?
No, Speaker. We are saying we are clubbing all the items from item 36 to item 40. If we learn that item 35 and 41 are withdrawn. So the speakers will speak all those on those items, which is 36 to 40. So when you look at what called the speaker, it shows that at item 36, Councillor Moate, Councillor Harris, Councillor Mulala, S. Mulife, and they were the speakers. But when you go to item 38, it will show you that there's Moate, Miepi, Bolan. So we are saying in the ANC, one speaker will represent. You won't have speakers of each and item. When that speaker speaks, he will club all items at once. That is what we are saying, Speaker. And the EFF also will do so. They must read all the items to be one items, and then the speakers came and speak on the items.
No, it's fine. We got it now.
All right.
We got it. We just needed to be clear on what we are doing. Thank you, councillors. So STC, you'll read them all together, and we'll call out the speakers as we have to. Councillor Mohapi.
Oh, thank you, Speaker. From the EFF, Councillor Muyepi is going to present us. Thank you.
Councillors, the following items will be read together. Item 36, and that is the registration of electrical servitude over the remaining extent of portion 129 of the farm, Rainfontaine, 301 IQ in favor of ESCOM. Also read with item 37, and that is alienation of sanitary lanes throughout Pimville Township of the City of Johannesburg Municipality jurisdiction. Also read with item 38, and that's alienation of sanitary lanes throughout Region C of the City of Johannesburg Municipality jurisdiction. Also read with item 39, which is an alienation of sanitary lanes throughout Rosettenville Township of the City of Johannesburg Municipality jurisdiction. And lastly, read with item 40, and which is the proposed amendment to Southern Farms Land Availability and Development Agreement in terms of section 116, subsection 3 of the Municipal Finance Management Act. Thank you.
Action SA, Councillor K. Mwache.
Speaker, we're withdrawing.
Thank you. ACDP, Councillor Harris.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. I greet you all and all protocol observed. Servitudes are crucial for maintaining and expanding community infrastructure, in this case power lines. This agreement will allow essential services to cross properties, ensuring that communities have access to the infrastructure they rely on. The servitude will promote the overall development of communities, and it grants ESCOM the right to manage the property identified and to restrict certain uses of the property. Under item 1.1.3, ESCOM will not allow any encroachment whatsoever onto the servitude. 1.10 states that
Councillor Harris, can you just hold on? The councillors at the back there, can we please respect council? And the councillors that are busy at IT. Please, councillors. Thank you, Councillor Harris.
Item 1.10 states that ESCOM shall be responsible for the cleaning, security and maintenance of the servitude area and surrounding portion of land that may be sterilized due to this application. The challenge I have with ESCOM particularly is that they enjoy full rights, but they do not respect and uphold the conditions of these agreements. Generally, servitudes are hiding places for all kinds of criminal activities, from waylaying pedestrians to the burning of stolen copper wire. The servitudes are hotspots for illegal dumping. They are not maintained and they are a security risk to adjacent communities. While we agree with this item, the ACDP appeals to the Johannesburg Property Company to implement measures that will compel ESCOM to uphold the responsibilities as contained in this agreement, ensure the servitude, as well as the number of other servitudes managed by them, are well maintained, clean and secure. The city cannot afford to have yet another eyesore on their hands. We agree with this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Just hold on. Andile, you're just organizing me. Councillor from the EFF, Councillor Moeti. Is it Moeti, am I right?
Yes. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and greetings to yourself, the 29 battalions of the EFF under the stewardship of Councillor Dr. Mqini Tswaku, the Chief Whip of the caucus, Councillor Mohapi, fellow councillors, the residents of Jozi, I greet you all. Madam Speaker, I rise on items 36, 37, 38, 39 and 40. As the EFF, we know this report, but we would like to register this concern. Madam Speaker, as the EFF, we really need a permanent city manager. The issue of the city manager cannot be left alone as if it's normal. We are not going to be part of the delays and failures of the process. It must be noted that we are aware that the process of recruitment was done. The report must come to council and the appointment of the new city manager process must be completed. More so, Madam Speaker, I would like to congratulate the young lions and lioness of the youth command team of the Economic Freedom Fighters for decisively winning the SRC election at the University of Witwatersrand. Thank you very much, Speaker. I will note the report.
Thank you, Councillor De Lange.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All protocol observed. To put this whole item in a nutshell, the proposed amendment to the Southern Farms...
Just hold on, Councillor De Lange. Councillors. Thank you, Councillor De Lange.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This lease needs to be amended. Currently, it's a 50-year lease from the city, and after 50 years, the development and everything on it will divert back to the city of Johannesburg. Vulamax joint venture needs to raise funds to kickstart this specific development. If you look at clause 10 on the specific item, Madam Speaker, Vulamax JV must negotiate to mortgage the specific stands to get funding. That's how it works with developments. I did that for many years before I joined council. But the land belongs to the city of Joburg. You can't mortgage some land that doesn't belong to you, or there must be some kind of agreement. So Tim de Tooy attorneys approached JPC to request an agreement of arses to protect their development rights. And this will mirror the right to bond these specific stands. This will be a willing buyer, willing seller situation. Madam Speaker, we do have a few concerns that is still standing, and luckily, through our Section 79, we will get a quarterly report from the developers and from JPC. We did mention this in council quite a few times. There are still some stands that needs to be bought that doesn't belong to the city, and they wanted extraordinary high purchasing amounts to these stands. We are still waiting for feedback on that. Further, as far as we could gather, the environmental impact study comes from 2011. Now, you can't do a development if the environmental impact study is not 3 years old, within the 3-year sphere of that. So we will be looking into that when we get reports back from the city. And then JPC did mention, but we haven't seen any paperwork on this. There's a pending land claim on a huge portion of this specific development. They said they are in negotiations with the land claimants on this specific item or this specific development, and what normally should happen is if this goes to court, it's going to delay the process, because then the court must rule that this specific development is to the benefit of the public, or to the benefit of the region, or to the benefit of the development itself. So those are the 3 outstanding items that we hope that we're going to see in the court is coming, to see if we did everything correctly before we embarked on this specific development. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor De Lange. Councillor Molifi from the ANC.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, let me greet our Chief Whip, Councillor Love Chauke, the Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, Councillor Cllr Dadamorero.
Speak into the mic, please, Councillor.
Let me also greet the members of the Mayoral Committee, all councillors, residents of the City of Johannesburg.
Use the next mic, if that one's...
Even this one, Speaker, doesn't work. All right. No, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I rise on item 36, 37, 38, 39, as well as item 40. But maybe, Speaker, before I engage on the items, item 21, 22, 23, I think, and item 24 speaks about the councillors who don't attend the public meetings as well as the ward committee meetings. I think, Chair of Chairs, we need to address the issue of councillors who actually don't attend the oversight.
Can we give the councillor a roving mic? There's definitely a problem there.
Yes, Speaker. I think we also need to look into the issue of councillors who don't attend the oversight. Because we have councillors who choose on which areas do they attend the oversight. When we are having oversight in Orange Farm, Deep South, Cliptown and all those other black informal areas, we have councillors who really don't care or who don't attend those oversight. But when we have oversight in Sentin, you will forever see those councillors. So I think it's one of the things that we really need to talk about. And those councillors, every time they will speak a lot about councillor this and councillor that, but they really don't look into what they are actually doing. People will forever say we must go to an oversight, but when you go to oversight, when it's deep south and then they are not there. So I think, Speaker, we need to look into that thing. And then, Speaker, on item 36, it seeks approval for the registration of an electrical servitude in favor of ESCOM over municipal land of portion 129, Rietfontein, to enable the Linasia 88 kV upgrade. This project is essential for stabilizing electricity supply in the south of Johannesburg. And ESCOM has agreed to carry out the survey, registration and relocation cost, and to pay a market-related amount determined by the independent evaluator. However, the draft agreement contains clauses that allow ESCOM to sublet or cede its right to third parties without councillors' oversight or compensation. If left unchanged, this will erode the city's control and foreclose future revenue opportunity. We therefore recommend that councillor approve the servitude in principle, subject to amendment requiring ESCOM to obtain councillors' prior written consent over any letting or session, with additional compensation payable with further require proof of payment for the valuation before registration and performance guarantee to secure restoration and relocation obligation. Speaker, this approach ensures we enable critical infrastructure delivery while protecting the city's fiscal interest and strengthening accountability. And then item 40, Speaker, we now go to item 40, where we now deal with the Southern Farm. Then item 37, 38, and 39, we note, Speaker, those items that talks about the sanitary lanes. We all note those three items. And then with regards to item 40, Speaker, I think it's one of the most important items that talks about the Southern Farm. But before I enter there, Speaker, I need to engage with the issue of the capacity. I really need to come in, Speaker, and explain to say in the context of a person, capacity refers to the ability to understand information and make relevant decisions. A lack of a capacity occurs when a person's mind is impaired by condition that is preventing them from making sound decisions at a given time. And then, Speaker, those who always complain with a lot of negativity to a point of not realizing and understand the good that comes with Southern Farm Megacity project, consider themselves more capacitated, and they always consider those who strive towards making the 27 billion mega project possible incapacitated. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I think one day when we have time, we need to engage on the issue of capacity. The Southern Farm Mega City project site handover that happened on the 9 May 2025. The COJ officially broke ground on the 27 billion Southern Farm Mega City project at the Bushkopi site. The ceremony was led by Executive Mayor Councillor Dada Morero, joined by MMC Councillor Mlungisi Mabazo and our Economic Development MMC Nomoya Mnisa, along with JPC CEO Musa Makungwa. The signed handover marked the launch of a transformative development initiative for the city of Johannesburg. This 10-year initiative to deliver integrated housing and economic upliftment in Johannesburg South. Central to the project is the construction of 43,000 housing units directly addressing the city's long-standing housing backlog. Beyond shelter, Southern Farm will offer clinics, schools, taxi rank, roads, and essential infrastructure to create a livable, connected community. These amenities are designed to support sustainable growth and ensure neighborhood prosper long after the last home is built. Madam Speaker, in celebrating excellency in property leadership, our CEO Musa Makungwa was honored by South African Institution of Black Property Practitioner as one of the top 100 of South African Institution Black Property Practitioner on the leadership of 2025. This recognition celebrates ethical leadership and meaningful contribution that have shaped transformative policy program and institution within property sector. Makungwa's leadership in public sector, particularly in advancing transformative and unlocking value in the city of Johannesburg, exemplifies these ideals. Madam Speaker, item 40 deals with the proposed amendment to the Southern Farm Land Availability and Development Agreement. These changes are required in terms of section 116 of 3 of the Municipal Finance Management Act to enable the developer to seek finance for the project. Importantly, we need to note this one, Madam Speaker. Importantly, there are no financial implications for council, as all costs rest with the developer. This recommendation before us is simply for the council to note the amendment and authorize the Johannesburg Property Company to proceed with Southern Farm Land Availability and Development Agreement. Madam Speaker, I also want to engage on the issues of the mega project that the economic development itself have impact on. We've seen that the likes of the Soweto Gateway, the Southern Farm, there are a lot, Madam Speaker. And now you will find other political parties will then say this GNU is not doing anything, the city is suffering. However, that economic development, Speaker, is creating a lot of employment, especially in the township. This Southern Farm project is one of its kind, and we have never seen such a project of this magnitude in the deep south of Orange Farm. So that is why we are saying we request the council to note this report so that the developer can continue with ensuring that the community of the city of Johannesburg, in particular deep south, they benefit on this mega project, which is Southern Farm. As the ANC, we note this item as presented. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Molifi. MMC Mnisi. I've covered all political parties, Councillor MMC Mnisi.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, the Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, the Chief Whip of Council, the Chair of Chairs, DCW of the ANC, fellow councillors, our esteemed guests in the gallery, residents of the City of Johannesburg. Madam Speaker, we note all the submissions which were made by the councillors, and we further welcome the observations that councillors have done, as they will strengthen our work as the department and entity. Madam Speaker, the inputs by Councillor Muyepi, they are misplaced. He is speaking about issues of recruitment of city manager, and we are still in items of JPC. So I think maybe if EFF can afford him an opportunity to address those issues in item 66. On the issue of Councillor, Madam Speaker, Councillor Dilang, the Southern Farms, I just want to remind Councillor Dilang that the Southern Farms report was submitted in council in 2024 and it was approved. So it was submitted, the environmental report was submitted together with the acquisition report and it was approved by council in 2024. So I am not sure every time we speak about Southern Farms, Councillor Dilang just gets tickled. It's something that maybe me and him must address outside of this council. Madam Speaker, these property reports, including registrations of servitude and alienation of sanitary lanes, are all about ensuring our assets work for the people. With that being said, Madam Speaker, we are requesting council to note and approve the reports. Thank you.
Thank you so much, MMC Mnisi. Councillors, recommendations from item 36 are on pages 36.10 to 36.11. For item 37 is on 37.9 to 37.10. Item 38 is on pages 38.9 to 38.11. For item 39, it's on 39.5 to 39.6. And for item 40, it's on 40.5. Are these items all agreed to? Thank you, colleagues.
We proceed, councillors, with item 42, which is Group Strategic Supply Chain Management Deviation and Ratification Reports that were considered and approved by the accounting officer for the period April to June 2025.
Thank you, colleagues. We are calling on Councillor Mkonza is not here. Is ACDP replacing?
No, Madam Speaker, we note these reports.
Okay. Thank you. Action SA, Councillor N. Edward.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to you, Madam Speaker, Honorable Mayor, members of council, colleagues and residents of Johannesburg. Madam Speaker, today I rise on behalf of Action SA to express deep concern over the continued abuse of Regulation 36 under the Municipal Finance Management Act and its consequences on the financial health of our city. Speaker, Regulation 36 was intended to be an exceptional safeguard, a measure to allow municipalities to act swiftly in emergencies or in rare cases when normal supply chain processes cannot be followed. But in Johannesburg, under the ANC-led coalition, Regulation 36 has become a backdoor for corruption. Instead of being an exception, it has become the rule. Action SA notes with alarm that this has resulted in inflated contracts, lack of competition, and the sidelining of genuine suppliers, particularly small businesses who should be benefiting from these opportunities. What should protect the city has instead eroded accountability, weakened oversight, and opened the door for corruption. Speaker, under this current leadership, Johannesburg has sunk even further in terms of financial instability. Year after year, the Auditor General flags irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. Yet, instead of tightening controls, we see impunity, deviations, rubber-stamped, contracts awarded without proper processes, billions meant for service delivery disappearing in the system. While residents sit in the dark, fetch water from broken systems, and live among uncollected waste, this administration plays politics with the residents' money. Action SA says, enough is enough.
The very same item before us today is yet another example of deviations brought for retrospective approval after the money is already committed. This practice makes a mockery of council's oversight role. Decisions are made behind closed doors and presented here as a done deal. Action SA rejects this culture of non-effective governance in the city. Speaker, financial mismanagement is not a victimless act. The victims are the people of Johannesburg, residents of Johannesburg, who pay their rates faithfully but get collapsing services in return. Let me stop pretending. Johannesburg is really bleeding in terms of money and finances. It is bleeding because of the leadership that refuses accountability. Regulation 36 has become the mask of corruption. Mayor is the face of this financial mismanagement. Action SA calls it what it is. Corruption dressed up in deviations. And we demand accountability. Not tomorrow, not next year, but now, Madam Speaker. This time has come to end this abuse that is happening. We want restoration, integrity in the procurement processes of the city. And we hold the mayor and his executive to account. We hold this administration to account for all the financial chaos that is taking place. We hold the mayor and his administration to account for all the financial chaos that is taking place in the city and that has left the city bankrupt. Madam Speaker, we note this report with all the concerns that have been mentioned above. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor N. Peterson from the DA.
Good day, Speaker and fellow councillors and the Mayor in absentia. Today I rise to critically engage with the Group Finance report detailing deviations, ratifications, contract amendments and procurements for the period April to June 2025. While the report attempts to reflect transparency and good governance, it also reveals troubling patterns that echo the Auditor General's national concerns about procurement practices, particularly the misuse of Section 36 deviations. Auditor General's Tsakani Maluleka has been unequivocal in her warnings. Deviation from competitive bidding processes should be the exception, not the norm. When used excessively or without proper justification, it undermines transparency, fairness, and value for money. She has further cautioned that poor planning is not a valid reason for emergency procurement. A self-created urgency does not justify bypassing competitive processes. These statements directly challenge the rationale behind several deviations in this report, such as the 2.5 million rand spent on Urban 20 Mayoral Summit venue and the 45 million rand for interim bus services. These were foreseeable needs, not emergencies. The key issues are lack of corrective measures. The report fails to outline concrete steps to prevent future deviations. The Auditor General has emphasized accountability must include not only reporting but also implementing corrective actions to prevent reoccurrence. Also, high costs and questionable value. The financial implications of deviations raise serious concerns about cost efficiency. The Auditor General has noted municipalities continue to incur financial losses due to uncompetitive and uneconomical procurement practices. Incomplete and vague reporting. Annexure C contains incomplete descriptions and missing corrective actions, which undermines the credibility of the report and the city's commitment to transparency. And last but not least, over-reliance on external entities. The city's dependence on external organs of state for critical services reflects a lack of internal capacity, which the Auditor General has identified as a systemic weakness, saying inadequate skills and capacity, governance failures, and a culture of no accountability are the root cause of poor municipal performance. So, what should be done? We call for stricter oversight and justification for 36 deviations, implementation of AGSA's recommendations, including proactive planning and consequence management, improved internal capacity to reduce reliance on external providers, full and transparent reporting with the corrective actions and accountability mechanisms, one of which being the submission of meaningful paper trails and documents to the Section 79 Committee and MPAC. I conclude, Speaker. This report, while highlighting some achievements, also exposes systemic governance failures. As the Democratic Alliance, we do not condone deviations and demand accountability. Speaker, I ask you to help Johannesburg, the city we love, to one day become world-class by being proactive and ensuring that these Section 36 items are presented to MPAC without exception, timeously and before the AG has to point out the obvious. Let us commit to a procurement system that is fair, competitive and transparent, as envisioned by the Constitution and demanded by our residents. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Peterson. Councillor Zita from the EFF.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Ndanza ku shaweta wena Speaker, shaweta leadership ya EFF, ni shaweta na the councillor at the EFF, not councillor hinkwato leti nga kona la namuntlha. So through you, Speaker, ana ku hlamula liya ya city manager. Ku city manager angeleka item yo nkarhi. City manager yena a fana ka account la council ifana abaka each and every item. So ngebe na a special specific item la ngata a hlamula ka yona. An hlamula council mnisi. So until okurumdani to speak maranda kunti da mahlweni continue. And more like item 42. Item 42 Speaker, as I council lewa ni fani inga titolovele tingofu ku itimaka ta deviation maka ku deviation na tona as much as we know kurti necessary mara ngabi kufana kuba an option ya kurna loko singa endli indla so cause kuna swin'wana a swi necessary. I mean mayoral unit mayoral urban mayoral unit summit I boy eko ayi pfunchumu hina la city of Johannesburg. So I hlamsala sweswo kurinana ngavi scapegoat ya kurinana loko swilo swi nga fambi kahle ya ka yona deviation. So ku vula sweswo Speaker, I hope MMC mintwini ku vula sweswo as EFF I noted this report you can see.
Ek hoop dat die MMC verstaan het, want ek het ook niks verstaan nie. Maar baie dankie. ANC Councillor D. Modupi.
Motsamaisi wa dipuisano ka khotla ke ne ke kopa ho leboela monyetla ona o nneileng ona ke qale ka ho dumedisa le boetapele ba toropo ka tlasa bolaodi ba majoro ntate Tata Sello Morero ke dumedise le komiti ya hae ke dumedise ba sebetsi mmoho le nna ba lekgotla ba teng ka kwano ke dumedise le setjhaba se leng go se re etetse mona motsamaisi wa dipuisano le nna ke wele kgabong ke re ha re sheba tlaleho ena re fumana hore hona le dintlha tsa bohlokwa hona le matlafatso ya bolaodi ba toropo mme ebile ho bonahala hore ho na le nyollo tlhakisong ya dietsahala tse teng hore setjhaba se bone dintho di be ponalletsong di seke tsa etsetswa mafifing. Ke a utlwa go bo mphato ba rona ka mane ba buang ka Setaung ka Senkhweshe ba alla mme ba bua ka bo di deviations jwalo jwalo, empa ke re ho na le kgatelopele e bontshwang ke diraporoto tsena, mme rona re le mokgatlo wa African National Congress re tjhaella tlaleho ena monwana re re e ananelwe ke lekgotla lena. Ke a leboha.
Ke a leboha, Councillor Madobe. MMC Masuku, ke a leboha. Can Councillor Madobe switch off his mic? Okay. MMC, there you go.
Okay. Lena ke a leboha, Madam Speaker. I made an attempt to hear the councillors, but I will make every effort to respond. It was a bit difficult. Councillor Zita went a bit deep, but I think we all have a responsibility to learn and be multilingual because, of course, also it's Heritage Month and we are all different. We come from different ethnic backgrounds. I think let me start with Councillor Peterson through you, Madam Speaker. I think I agree with the inputs that come from him because it's one of the issues that I've been very critical about also in the department. And I think this is obviously one of the steps in ensuring that we are reflecting transparency. Because if we were not reflecting transparency, we wouldn't be bringing the reports to council. So that's the first step, to indicate that there is nothing that we are hiding. The administration should not abuse Regulation 36. I'm very clear in my mind about that, and I'm not apologetic. And one of the discussions we've had with the group CFO is to ensure that where humanly possible, do not wait until you need to go through the utilization of Regulation 36. But there are instances where it is beyond our control, and I think Councillor Zita mentioned it. The procurement of some of the venues for U20, you would want this venue, and then the venue is not available, then you have to go and try and get another, and obviously the officials are not in charge of which venue ultimately gets to be utilized. So I'm using that example because also Councillor Zita picked up on it. So it's something that we wouldn't have just, and it's beyond our control because venues are not within our control, and because of the international standard that we had to keep up in ensuring that we subscribe to. And stricter oversight, myself, I'm very clear about, and I think the Section 79 is well within its right to make certain supplementary requests on documentation if there is such a need. I will support that fully. There is nothing that we should be able to hide, because as long as the process towards the utilization of Regulation 36 was done in accordance, because Regulation 36 is there in the municipal supply chain management regulations for us to utilize, but still there must be a process that is done correctly to get to that. So that is fine, meaningful oversight, and if there's paper trail that is requested to be submitted to the Section 79, I've noted that in my diary, I've already sent it through to say supplementary documentation that will be requested must be made available. And that's our commitment to ensuring that. And I think consequence management, in an event where we find that there was something untoward, I think we've been very clear about it as this administration, and we also have been very clear in terms of the work of the disciplinary board in ensuring that we deal with any financial mismanagement. But at the moment, I haven't come across any, and when it does happen, we bring it to council, because council is the highest decision-making body that ought to ensure that we take action against any of that. But in this instance of this particular report, there isn't any. Second last, Madam Speaker, the former chairperson of the committee, Councillor Edwards, she said through you, the time has come, or this time has come. No, her time came and it ended for her to be a chairperson. So she must accept that her time has ended. There is no corruption. This is not a corruption report, Speaker. We are reporting, actually, we are being transparent here. In fact, as the government of local unity, we are reporting to council. So there's no corruption here. This is a regulated process. So she must accept, drink water, breathe, ixesha lakhe liphelile. Thank you, Councillor Madupi and Councillor Zita. We note those points, and we are committed to ensuring that we will never allow any service provider to be sidelined or supplier. If there are those, it must be reported, and we have a right to look into it so that everybody gets a fair chance in terms of the processes of supply chain. I thank you, and I ask Council to note this particular report. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Baie dankie, MMC. MMC het nou gesê is Heritage Month en ons moet mekaar verdra. So ek sal sê, just hold on. Thank you, colleagues. I wanted to say it in Afrikaans, but it's fine. Die aanbevelings is op bladsy 42.3 is the item. Do we agree to the item? It's Heritage Month. I used all the languages that I know. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you so much. You all seemed as if you wanted to sleep, so I thought I'll wake you up. Colleagues, we are now going to break for lunch. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. And I suppose we'll be bright because we would have had filled our little tummies. Thank you. afternoon, colleagues. We are back. We will proceed with our agenda. We've been cruising very nice today. So can we remain on steering this way that we are, so that we don't get too much waves and other things? Pardon? Yes, we are cruising very nicely, and I love that. Colleagues, STC, next item.
Welcome back, councillors. We resume with item 43, which is the Group Strategic Supply Chain Management Acquisition Status Report, reflecting bids considered and approved by the Accounting Officer for the period of the 1st April 2025 to the 30th of June 2025.
Thank you, colleagues. The first speaker on the list is Action SA, Councillor N. Edwards. Thank you. Is Councillor Edwards in the house? Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Greetings to the Mayor in absentia. Greetings to all councillors, and most importantly to the residents of Johannesburg. Madam Speaker, I rise with fire in my heart and duty on my shoulders on behalf of Action SA to expose the rot in the financial mismanagement of our city. We are told, Madam Speaker, that the Central Adjudication Committee handles tenders from 750,000 to 5 million. The Executive Adjudication Committee handles tenders from 5 million to 10 million, and anything above that goes to the city manager. Madam Speaker, at face value, this is supposed to guarantee oversight, but in practice, it has become oversight abused. Bloated contracts benefiting the connected few. Speaker, this report reveals tenders worth hundreds of millions, 174 million handed to Standard Bank for banking services, 30 million given to another company with only one bidder responding. In transport, 3.1 billion for a via contract was awarded to another company, yet the highest bidder was selected. Since when does the highest bidder equal best value, Madam Speaker? This is not good governance. Action SA calls it what it is, daylight robbery. Over and over, we see tenders approved with one bidder. Madam Speaker, 4.8 million was given to a consulting company for a matric program, 1.9 million to the same company for an adult education training. Speaker, is this competition, or is it the system being designed to shut out fair participation so that insiders walk away with public money? Action SA demands answers on this. Points are supposed to balance cost, capacity, and empowerment. But in this city, Madam Speaker, points have become the shield for picking the most expensive option, while communities in Soweto, in Alexandra, in Orange Farm sit without basic services. Madam Speaker, under this current administration, we have become a playground for tenderpreneurs. Billions are locked in long-term contracts, committing future budgets, while potholes, blackouts, water outages in most areas of the city worsens. Madam Speaker, Section 33 processes meant to safeguard future budgets are treated as box-ticking exercises,
with no real consultation. This is not good governance. This is not effective governance. It is betrayal. Action SA will not stand by while this city is looted. Madam Speaker, we recommend that we conduct a full forensic audit on some of the tenders, and some of these tenders that are listed in this report, and an explanation of why one bid tenders are approved without re-advertisement, answers on why the highest bidders are consistently chosen. We also want accountability for allowing this type of abuse while our residents in the city of Johannesburg suffer. Action SA says that Johannesburg residents deserve better.
40 seconds left.
Better than being sold out to politically connected tenderpreneurs, better than an administration that normalizes waste and corruption while residents are left without basic dignity. And let it be clear, as long as Action SA stands in this chamber, we will not keep quiet. Action SA notes this report with all the concerns that have been mentioned above. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. DA Councillor N. Peterson.
Good day, Speaker, honourable members of Council, and the Honourable Mayor in absentia. I rise not merely to summarise expenditure incurred by the City of Johannesburg from April to June 2025, but to critically examine the implications of these financial decisions. As public representatives, our duty is not to approve budgets, but to ensure that every rand spent delivers value to our residents. During this quarter, the Central Executive Adjudication Committee approved several high-value contracts. While these were ostensibly aligned with strategic goals such as service delivery and infrastructure development, the pattern of irregular, unauthorized, fruitless and wasteful expenditure continues to cast a long shadow over our financial governance. Recent reports reveal that the city has written off over 13 billion rand in such expenditure, with 5 billion still pending Treasury approval for write-off. This is not just a number, it represents lost opportunities for housing, safety and basic services. The Transport Department, which I see the MMC is not here, 316 billion awarded to Litse Maiso Limited for BRT rear via services. While public transport is vital, this contract must be scrutinized for delivery benchmarks and cost efficiency. Development planning, also not in attendance today. 30.1 million to ESRI SA and NTG Solutions for GIS services. Spatial development is important, but we must ask, are these systems being used effectively across departments? Group finance. 174.6 million to Standard Bank for banking services and 4.1 for asset management systems. These are foundational services, yet the city's financial controls may remain weak, as evidenced by the ongoing irregularities. Economic development, also absent. Precinct plans for Glen Austin and Q Weinberg cost nearly 1.5 million. SMME training costs 432,000. While commendable, we must ensure that these initiatives are not just box-ticking exercises. Group corporate and shared services, 6.8 million allocated to education programs. Again, noble in intent, but where is the impact assessment? Now here's a name that has been mentioned here quite often. It's Pimp My Computer, a case in point. One contract that demands attention is the involvement of Pimp My Computer CAT CC, a company based in Chwayela, Gauteng. While the company operates in the IT services sector, there is no publicly available record of a major tender awarded to this entity in the city's official procurement bulletins or e-tender portals. If this company has received municipal funds, we must ask, was the procurement process transparent? Were they accredited under CETA norms and standards? What services were delivered and how were they evaluated? Given the city's history of 1.21 billion in irregular payments to panel of service providers between 2018 and 2022, we cannot afford to overlook even small contracts. Every supplier must be vetted and every contract must be justified. Critical observations. There's a significant oversight deficit. The Auditor General has repeatedly flagged poor consequence management and lack of accountability. Multi-year contracts are often a source of irregularities. Leadership instability. With 9 mayors since 2016, continuity in governance is lacking. Each administration resets priorities, undermining long-term planning. Public trust. Residents are losing faith. They see potholes, dry taps, and load shedding while billions are written off without consequences. And that speaks to the disciplinary board. Conclusion. While the approved bids reflect strategic intent, they also expose systemic weaknesses. We must move beyond rubber stamping expenditure and demand. Transparent procurement, impact-driven budgeting, real-time monitoring of service delivery, accountability for every rand spent. Let us not allow Johannesburg to become a cautionary tale of financial mismanagement. Let us restore integrity to our governance. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mkonza from ACDP is not here. Do we pass?
Very good. Oh, thank you. It's a pleasure. Did you remain awake? Eh?
Thank you, Councillor.
I was awake. I was listening.
Councillor Zita, EFF.
What were you talking about? I thought as much. No, I was listening very carefully. I was waiting for more from EISD coming in. I was waiting for the tanker.
Councillor Peterson, please switch off your mic.
Baie dankie, Speaker. Speaker, I just want to greet the EFF party leader, Dr. Chwaku, EFF Chief Whip, Mrs. Thabisa Mohapi, the EFF councillors. Speaker, as the EFF, we know the acquisition status report for the period of April to June 2025. We acknowledge that the bid approved went through the central and executive committees, and the processes followed requirement of MFMA and PPFA. However, Speaker, as the EFF, we cannot simply rubber stamp the report of billion being awarded without raising the voice of the people. We see, for example, as I heard Councillor Peterson mentioning it, that there was a project that was awarded to Litsamaiso, PTY Ltd, to assist with rail via services, valued at over 3.1 billion, and then again for 7 years. While the public transport, we know that it's very critical for our city, we ask, why is it the city locked into this project for such a long time? Expensive contract with private companies instead of building the capacity for us, for our people. We also note, Speaker, that there's 174 million contract with Third Bank for commercial banking services. Once again, Speaker, the city enriches big banks, while the poor residents are being cut off from water and electricity for not affording the bills. So as the EFF Speaker, we support this need of the government, transparency, service delivery, but we must be clear. Procurement must not be a feeding scheme for the connected few. It must drive real transformation, empower genuine Black-owned and community-based enterprises, and deliver directly to benefit our people. We therefore, Speaker, support noting this report, but we also demand that the oversight must not end here. This council must insist on regular monitoring of those contracts, on penalties for underperformance, and a plan to shift Johannesburg away from dependence on private companies and banks.
So as the EFF will note, will not stop reminding rather this council that our people want services, not tenders. We're tired of tenders. I wanted to say sick and tired of tenders. They want dignity. They want endless, not the endless report of contract running into millions while their township remain neglected. Thank you very much. Looking forward to the answers from the MMC. Thank you.
Baie dankie. Councillor Nofumela from the ANC.
Thank you, Speaker, and greetings to you. The Executive Mayor in absentia, the Whip of Council, ANC caucus, fellow councillors.
Councillor Nofumela, can you speak into your mic, please? Thank you so much, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker, and greetings to you. The Executive Mayor in absentia, the Whip of Council, ANC caucus, fellow councillors. Greetings to the members in the gallery, to the residents of the city of Johannesburg, and not forgetting the residents that deployed me here from Ward 10. Madam Speaker, please allow me to send a special greetings to the real leader of caucus of the Democratic Alliance. Madam Speaker, allow me to congratulate the African National Congress for retaining Ward 130 and in welcoming Councillor Mzobe in the chamber. Speaker, kukho abanye endingazobabiza ngegama apha kodwa bayazazi bona. Babhizi yeyi kuthiwa fundani kuthi. Ngelo xesha a 73-year-old has been piloted to lead Johannesburg because only she has capacity. And I don't know what I can say. Ngabanye usuke entshona koloni ukuzozibambela intambo ngokwakhe ngoba all her councillors in Johannesburg lacks capacity to lead. Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on item 43. Speaker, as the ANC, we have looked into the report and analyzed it closely, and we are satisfied that nothing untoward that can be identified or picked up. So it is very clear that the evaluation committee and the respective adjudication committee are executing their task according to the relevant prescripts governing the bidding processes. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I encourage this House to visit places like Site C and Harare in Khayelitsha to see what good governance means in the city of Cape Town. Kubuhlungu kwabanye abaphatha eJohannesburg asabonanto. Instead of comparing their work, their failures, they see failures in others and compare with other municipalities instead of their performance in the city of Johannesburg. As the ANC Speaker, we note the report. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Nofumela. MMC Masuko.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I note the comments from the councillors, but I must say that the rands that we spend are meant for service delivery and for nothing else. So I want to implore the outgone former chairperson of the committee through you, Speaker, Councillor Edwards. Where she knows money has been stolen, she must report it. If she believes that there are people who have robbed the city, whether at gunpoint or in whatever method, she must go through the proper channels. There's GFIS, there's a hotline, there's an email. She can even go to the South African Police Services But to come here and grandstand and say that officials who are doing their work to procure services for residents of Johannesburg are stealing money is actually an atrocious act from a person who used to chair a committee, One would think that she would appreciate and understand the essence of this report, because this report is to bring to council so that council has an understanding of what we would have actually procured and what would be reflecting in line with the supply chain management bids that would have been procured between April and June. So there's no theft, but if you know of theft, report it. Then why are you sitting with theft? And then you come and you mislead the residents of Johannesburg. So if you know of any of those actions, report them and not mislead the residents of Johannesburg. Councillor Zita, yes, I agree with you. Ours is to continue to serve, and transparency remains at the center of our existence. The government of local unity is very clear about good governance and transparency and ensuring financial sustainability, which is something also obviously our residents must get value for money. Services at the right time, at the right price, but for all residents, not only a particular section of the residents. All residents must get the services that they require, and the processes of procurement must be followed by the officials who procure those particular services. With that being said, I want to thank you, Madam Speaker, and request Council to please note. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC Masuku. Colleagues, it's item 43. The recommendations are on page 4.3. Is the item agreed to? Thank you, councillors. Councillor De Rocha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, every day I'm getting complaints from my residents that they got no water. And I really think that this council should declare the city of Joburg a state of emergency. Think about that.
De Rocha, can you take your seat? I asked you yesterday on which agenda item are you, and you do it again. Thank you, colleagues. STC. Colleagues, I've done what I've had to do, please. STC. Councillor De Rocha, switch off your mic, please. Any other mic that's on?
Councillors, we are on item 44, and that is the Group Strategic Supply Chain Management Operational Status Report for the period 1st of April to the 30th of June 2025.
Action SA, Councillor N. Edwards. Councillors, respect to your own councillor.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Greetings to you, Honorable Speaker, councillors, and most importantly, the residents of the city of Johannesburg. Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on item 44, which deals with the state of supply chain management in our city. This report lays before us the details of bids awarded and committees that set, and the financial commitment entered into on behalf of our residents of Johannesburg. Let us be clear, Madam Speaker, that every tender awarded is not just a line item. It is a commitment made in the name of the residents of Johannesburg. It is their money collected through rates, taxes, and tariffs that funds all these service delivery projects. And it is our responsibility as council to ensure that these funds are spent responsibly, transparently, and effectively. In item 44 that is presented before us, which is a report for August 2025, It continues in the same vein, requiring us once again to discharge our oversight duties. Together, these reports remind us that oversight is not just a passive function. The MFMA supply chain regulations and Section 33 processes demand that we as Council remain vigilant custodians of public resources. Honorable Speaker, accountability is not optional. It is the cornerstone of good governance. We cannot merely note these reports without interrogating them. Madam Speaker, it is our duty to note them and give our views to these reports. We must also ask, were these bidding processes competitive? Were they fair? Were they transparent? Were the correct policies and regulations followed? Do these contracts deliver value for money and sustainability in terms of service delivery? And most importantly, will our communities see tangible improvements from these expenditures that we're making or committing to make? Where accountability is absent, wasteful expenditure flourishes, and we also see personal attacks on people that do speeches, which is not supposed to be like that. Where oversight is weak, corruption finds room to breathe. But where this council insists on transparency, demands compliance, and enforces accountability, the residents of Johannesburg will reap greater rewards in terms of good governance. Let me stress, our role is not to rubber stamp decisions of officials or committees. Our role is to ensure that these decisions align with principles of financial sustainability, principles of fairness, principles that will develop the needs of our city and will deliver those basic services to the residents of Johannesburg. As we table this report, let us commit ourselves as councillors to this duty. Let us hold not only the administration accountable, but let us also hold ourselves and the executive accountable to remain diligent, vigilant, and unwavering in safeguarding public funds contributed by our residents. In the end, accountability is the highest service as councillors that we can render to our residents. If we fail in this, we fail them. And that, Honorable Speaker, is not an option. We must hold the executive to account, and we must not fail our residents. Action SA notes this report. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll go straight on to Councillor N. Peterson, because Councillor Mkonza is not here. Councillor Peterson. Councillor Edward, can you please switch off your mic? Can we all remember that after we've spoken, we switch off our mics, please? Thank you, Councillor Peterson.
Thank you, Speaker, and fellow councillors, and Mr. Mayor, and the residents of Johannesburg. Today I rise to speak on matters that go to the heart of our city's financial integrity and the trust of our communities place on us to manage public resources with care and accountability. We are currently faced with a proposed write-off of stock items at Smith Street store, valued at just over 26 million.
The Councillor of Action SA there, we hear you. Your conversation with your colleague, we can hear it clearly. Please, colleagues, please. Thank you, Councillor Peterson. You may continue.
As my
don't
time
worry, I've
been
stopped your
restored.
2 minutes that I've taken.
Thank you, Speaker. So I'll repeat. We are currently faced with a proposed write-off of stock items at the Smith Street store of just over 26 million rand. These items, and yes, it is probably those ink cartridges, have been flagged for deletion and referred to Group Forensics Investigative Services for further scrutiny. While the stock has been provisionally written down to just over 74 million rand, That's basically 74 million rands worth of ink cartridges and stationery that we are holding in our stores. We must await GFIS's findings before any final decisions are made. This process is essential to ensure that any write-offs are not only justified, but are also transparent and accountable. However, I must raise a red flag regarding the lack of detail in the report concerning the Smith Street adjustment. A significant adjustment of 7.5 million rand is noted, yet there is no explanation that accompanies this figure. This is deeply concerning. Transparency is not a luxury. It is a non-negotiable pillar of good governance. I urge the relevant departments to provide full clarity before Council is asked to make any decisions. That this be referred to MPAC. Further, I am compelled to question the ongoing procurement activity at Smith Street store. Who is placing these requisitions? What processes are being followed? For instance, RFQ COJ 6324/25, recently published in the city's e-procurement portal, details the procurement of first aid kits for 222 Smith Street officers. This confirms that purchasing is still active at this location. But what about the other items, like ink cartridges, which are frequently requisitioned? Where are the RFQs for these? Are these purchases aligned with our procurement policies? Are they being properly justified? These are not rhetorical questions. They are demand answers. The integrity of our supply chain management depends on it. As we deliberate, we must also confront the broader financial pressures facing our city. The report outlines significant expenditures across departments, including the procurement of operational items. While some of these may be necessary, we must ask, are they aligned with the urgent needs of our residents? Johannesburg is in a precarious financial position. We must prioritize infrastructure that directly improves lives, that being water, sanitation, electricity. These are not optional services. They are the backbone of dignity and survival for our communities. Water infrastructure in particular is under immense strain. Without targeted investment, we risk compromising access to clean, reliable water for thousands, if not millions of people. This is not just a technical issue, it is a human one. I therefore call on all departments to exercise restraint and focus budgets on initiatives that deliver tangible, measurable benefits to our communities. Every rand must count. In closing, let us recommit, or should I say, commit to the principles of transparency, accountability, and service delivery. Let us ensure that our financial decisions reflect the values we claim to uphold and the needs of the people we serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Peterson. EFF, Councillor Zita.
Thank you again, Speaker, and greetings to you, greetings to Executive Mayor, EFF leadership, and members of Council, and not forget the resident of the World African City, Johannesburg. Speaker, we have before us the operational status report of Group Strategic Supply Chain Management for the 1st April to the 30th of June 2025. At the outset, let me commend for the first time officials for coming, compiling a comprehensive and transparent account. It is clear the work has been done in line with the MFMA, the supply chain management regulations, and the city's own policy framework. This strengthens our commitment to good governance, financial sustainability, and service delivery. In summary, Speaker, this report provides a valuable tool for the oversight. It reflects compliance with legal obligations. It shows notable success in preferential procurement and demonstrates the scale of procurement activities that sustain service delivery. But it also exposes systematic weaknesses in stock control, contract management, and procurement planning that, if left unchecked, could undermine both financial sustainability and public trust. Therefore, Speaker, as the EFF, while we note and support this content of this report, we also call on the administration to act decisively on the shortcoming identified. Efficiency, foresight, and accountability must guide every rand we spend. Because behind every procurement figure lies the service delivery our residents depend on. So thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Sharon. Councillor R. Maswazi from ANC. Councillor Zita,
Okay.
is your mic off? Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. Greetings to you, Honorable Speaker of Council. Greetings to the Executive Mayor, Councillor Dada Morero. Greetings to the Whip of Council, Councillor Kazamula Chauke, Chair of Chairs, Councillor Adolf Marema, and fellow councillors. Speaker, I rise to address item 44, the Group Strategic Supply Chain Management Operational Status Report for period 1st April to 30th June 2025. Speaker, this report provides valuable insights into the movement of procurement activities across the core departments from Q1 to Q4. As we know, Speaker, procurement processes are guided by the Municipal Finance Management Act 56 of 2003. This report consolidates all purchases, including direct goods and services, stock items, as well as renewals of contracts within the core city of the city. Speaker, a detailed information on this report on purchasing, inventory management, and contract status is available on Annexure A, B, C, D, and F of the report. We have noted as the ANC a few concerns regarding the direct purchases of goods and services. One of those is that by the 30th of June 2025, the city held stock valued at 108,606,059,594,000. Okay. By the 30th of June 2025, the city held stock valued at 108,606,594. I got it. However, Speaker, a further 3,639,396 rands was written off due to goods expiring on the shelf before being used. The ANC have noted that as a concern as well, and also noted that additionally an amount of 26,206,111 rands has been marked for deletion. However, Speaker, contrary to what other councillors have said, they've raised issues as if there were no consequence management that have been drafted by the MMC. Through the intervention of the MMC Masuku, some of these matters have been referred to the Group Forensic Investigation Services Unit for further investigation. Speaker, we commend the MMC for this decision or decisive step as it reflects a commitment to curb wasteful expenditure. Accountability and consequence management has been established by this MMC who just came into office. Issues such as poor stock projections, weak stock handling, and unexplained shortages cannot simply be ignored. They must be met with proper consequence management. We therefore insist, Speaker, that individuals that are entrusted with the inventory management and control must then be properly qualified, have clear responsibilities, and be measured against performance indicators. Speaker, despite challenges that we face, we remain confident that the recent appointment of the MMC for Finance, MMC Masuku, will bring much needed turnaround in this portfolio. A swift action to refer irregularities to the relevant authorities already shows a firm commitment to clean governance and financial prudence. There's a saying which says, Speaker, a new broom sweeps clean. The MMC has just arrived and already cracking the whip. Let's give the opportunity to clean the house. Speaker, in conclusion, with that said, the ANC requests this council to duly note the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Swazi. MMC Masuku. There's a mic that's on somewhere. Councillor Maswazi, is your mic off?
Oh, it's not working. Okay, mine is not working, Speaker. Speaker, thank you very much. Once again, fellow councillors, Executive Mayor, Chief Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs and fellow MMC. Speaker, I note the comments and the input from Councillor Edwards and Councillor Peterson. And I think one of the things that I must emphasize is that all of us are committed to transparency, and Councillor Zita has spoke comprehensively about good governance, financial sustainability. And one of those things is to make sure that we follow due process. And unfortunately, we do have to wait for MPAC processes to be concluded. There is nothing we can do until those particular processes are completed. And GFIS obviously remains a critical part of one of our institutions that assists us in dealing with wrongdoing, or if there are findings that that are linked to mismanagement or fraud or corruption. And as the administration, that's why we would then bring that to council and get permission from council. So those are processes, and it's our commitment to good governance as well in ensuring that those referrals are done. It's not, the time frames, of course, are part and parcel of one of the things we dealt with in the strategic planning session of the Section 79 for finance. One of the issues we actually spoke about was the frequency of the sittings of the disciplinary board to ensure that we don't have a backlog of how we deal with these with cases when they come through. So I'm just responding on that specific issue of in an event where there is financial misconduct. And I think, remember, the members of the disciplinary board are not, they've got their work that they do in the city. So they are not compensated differently. So it's not as if it's an independent body, but they are employees of the city. And then we've got someone from National Treasury and we've got an independent chairperson. So the frequency becomes important to ensure that we then deal with the backlog. But our commitment remains, services that are procured, they are procured for the good of the residents. It's for service delivery. It's to ensure that our people receive what is due to them. Councillor Peterson, I don't have a specific response on the issue through you, Speaker, on the RFQ query you've raised, but I have noted it. I think you were specific. You made an example on the first aid kits, and then you were saying that it's and you made something on cartridges. So I don't have a specific response on that in this immediate moment, but I've noted it, and then we will do, even if it's through a response to your whip, so that we provide that clarity once we've got those facts from the officials, because I would not want to mislead council because I don't have that. We accept that there are shortcomings and weaknesses through you, Speaker, as raised by Councillor Zita, and we are working on those. That's why we've started and are very clear in our minds that contract management cannot be a by-the-way issue in the city. Contract management actually is the reason why sometimes we get into some of the problems we get in, because officials wait until a particular contract has ended, then we have to deal with the issues of extensions, whereas there must be a systematic plan and a dashboard that takes us through clearly what is supposed to be done, and when we procure, the procurement systems are done, and the stock, of course, is controlled accordingly. So we acknowledge that, Councillor Zita, and we are not hiding anything. We remain committed to ensuring that we comply and we live by our principles of good governance. And we appreciate the comments also and the suggestions made how to better improve. I ask Council to please note the report, and Councillor Maswazi, we've also noted your comments, and thank you for that. And we ask Council to please note the supply chain operational status report for the period April to June 2025. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, MMC. Colleagues, that's item 44. The recommendations are on page 44.4. Is the item agreed to? Thank you.
We're now on item 45, and that's an amendment to an extension of a contract period in respect of contract A834, and that's for provision of specialized legal services for the city of Johannesburg.
Thank you. Action SA, Councillor Tien Como.
Good day, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Mayor, Action SA Caucus Leader Marcel Cotres, all fellow councillors in the chamber, and the residents at home. I rise today to caution the House on this proposed amendment and further extension of the contract for specialized legal services beyond the already extended period. While I recognize the importance of legal services to the effective functioning of our city, this additional 9-month extension is deeply concerning for several reasons. Firstly, the original contract was awarded over 4 years ago in June 2021, and this contract has already seen extensions totaling over 1 year. The prolonged reliance on this contract suggests a failure in proper planning and execution by the Group Legal and Contracts Department to finalize the procurement process within reasonable timeframes. Furthermore, the justification that the extension is needed due to an overwhelming volume of bid submissions raises questions about the initial procurement framework and capacity. It is troubling that such delays continue to place pressure on our governance processes and could lead to fiscal uncertainty. By approving yet another extension, this council risks perpetuating a cycle of delays and undermining public confidence in the city's ability to manage procurement processes transparently and efficiently. Moreover, extended contracts may limit opportunities for new legal service providers and reduce competitive pressures that could drive innovation and cost effectiveness in legal support services. In addition, while there has been public notice, the lack of objections does not equate to strong community endorsement. The citizens' voice is more than just silence, and they deserve proactive engagement on matters that affect municipal governance and expenditures. Although we now have no choice but to approve the extension because of these unnecessary and avoidable delays, we request and demand that the Group Legal and Contracts Department expedite the procurement process immediately and provide clear guidelines, clear timelines and accountability measures. We must provide good governance, transparency, and fiscal prudence over administrative convenience. Let us send a message that delays and extensions at the expense of effective service delivery and oversight will not be tolerated. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor A. Murray from DA.
Thank you, Speaker. Madam Speaker, fellow councillors, council officials, ladies and gentlemen, both in this House and online. This is the second time that the Group Legals and Contracts Department has sought to amend Contract A834 for the provision of specialized legal services to the city. The 3-year contract was extended for a further 12 months in terms of a resolution of this Council on 19 September last year. At that time, it was pointed out to this Council and the Group Legal and Contracts Department that in terms of Section 116(2)(d) of the Municipal Finance Management Act, the accounting officer of the municipality must regularly report to the Council on the management of the contract and the performance of the contractor. In the context of this contract, the accounting officer is the city manager and the performance which is required to be reported upon is that of the panel members. More so, Section 116(1)(b)(3) requires such a contract to be reviewed every 3 years. It is pointed out that no reports in regard to the management of the contract or the performance of the panel members has been furnished to the Governance Oversight Committee or tabled in this Council. The Department is seeking today to extend the term of the contract and effectively the appointments of the panel members yet again for a further 9 months, but it is persisting in its failure to review or report on the management of the contract and the performance of the panel members. This is despite the fact that there has been trenchant and continuous criticism by the Johannesburg High Court of the manner in which the city has conducted litigation before it since 30 June 2021, when this panel was appointed. Once again, this council is put in the position that it is obliged to extend the mandates of the panel members without any feedback as to the desirability of continuing to employ them. This was pointed out on the last occasion when the contract was extended for the first time, but has been ignored by the Group Legal and Contracts Department and the City Manager. We trust that this deliberate failure will be noted and taken into account in the performance assessments conducted in regard to the relevant senior managers. It is pointed out that the amount of money in question which is spent in regard to the provision of these legal services exceeds R250 million annually. That's a billion, not a million, a billion rand. So that we are talking about a large amount of money over which this council has been prevented from exercising proper oversight over. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Margaret. Councillor Zita.
Thank you once more, Speaker. Greetings to you, greetings to the EFF party leader, greetings to the mayor of the city of Johannesburg, and greetings to the MMC of Finance, Councillor Masuku. Speaker, once again, this council is asked to extend a contract A834 for specialized legal services. The EFF will not shy away from telling the truth. This delay is a direct result of inefficiency in our system. The bid evaluation committee received a mountain of submission, but instead of preparing for this reality, we're now sit here under pressure to extend the expired contract. The Speaker, the EFF does not oppose this extension because we know that the city cannot afford a legal vacuum. Without protection, Johannesburg risks its financial losses, court defeat, and reputational embarrassment. But let us be clear, this extension is not a favor to service providers, it's a shield to our people against the consequences of poor planning. Speaker, MMC, through you, Speaker, I've said the word accountability today more than anyone, and that's the stance of the EFF. We demand accountability. We demand that this 9-month extension be the last. We demand that the Group Legal and Contract Department complete its procurement without further excuses. We demand that the contract value is not exceeded, because every rand wasted is a rand stolen from service delivery to our people. The EFF support this report, but with the warning. In the days of endless extension, the days of contract being used to enrich the connected at the expense of our poor people are over. This coalition must deliver, Speaker. It must answer to our people of Johannesburg. Those were the demand coming from the EFF, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Zita. Councillor Nofumela from the ANC.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and greetings to you, the Executive Mayor, and all protocols observed. Madam Speaker, abanye abahleka abanye uba abana capacity. Andizubatsho ngegama shem. Abanye bakhululwe emisebenzini yabo. Kuthiwa abadelivery. I-capacity dololo. Kodwa asikho apho, Speaker. IsiXhosa sithi njengoba uqhaqha ileta zam nje nezakho zikulindile eposini. Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on item 45. Speaker, this item dealing with the request for approval of the contract to be extended on a month-to-month basis for a period not exceeding 6 months. Madam Speaker, notwithstanding that the current contract was extended for 9 months because of due diligence, this goes with the process of supply chain. Madam Speaker, the ANC understands the reason put forward for the extension and agrees thereto. The reasons are about mitigating and managing the legal risk involved if the extension is not effected. Madam Speaker, the city cannot afford to expose itself to this risk, which include, amongst others, the interruptions of services, which can cause financial loss, disruptions in service delivery, and reputational harm to the city. Madam Speaker, this request for approval is stimulating that clearly, that the procurement process of the new contract due for completion is realized. The interim...
Who's that? IT. Just continue, let's see.
The interim contract may, the interim contract may be terminated to avoid unnecessary irregular expenditure. In conclusion, Speaker, the ANC, instead of blaming their predecessors, we are on the ground with our people and for the people. The city is indeed in capable hands under this GLU. Therefore, Madam Speaker, as the ANC, we note this report and I thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor. MMC Masuku.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Nkomo, yes, your points are precisely the matters I raised in the previous report, the concerns on the inability to plan, the concerns around, and we've said it even in the mayoral committee that if you know a contract is going to expire in 2 years, why would you want to advertise it 2 months before? Because you know it's going to expire in the next 2 years. So advertise it at least 18 months before. And those are the issues that we've raised, and we are monitoring and making sure that that particular process is being done. Councillor Zita, your points are noted, yes. Even if people receive a mountain of submissions, they must plan for the mountain of submissions. There must be teams that are there to deal with that. It can't be that, because you don't know how many submissions you are going to get. So if you get 20 times the amount of submissions, that on its own cannot be a reason for you to say that's why you have the delay. But of course, because we need to have continuity of the service, that's why we're bringing the report to council and requesting council to allow us to continue with this particular extension. But I must say that because I did ask specifically in terms of the process, and it's articulated that the BEC has set, so meaning that at least, although we've asked for 9 months, we should expect that it should be completed in less than 6 months, and we ask council to approve. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC Masuku. The item is item 45, and the recommendations are on pages 45.6 to pages 45.7. Is the item agreed to?
Councillors, we're on item 46.
There's someone's phone that's ringing. I'm certain when we walk in here, we know that our phone should be on silent. And if we catch that one, you'll be out by the door. And I'm very serious. I'm not smiling. Thank you, colleagues.
Item 46, councillors, is a request for the approval of the reviewed City of Johannesburg Land Use Scheme of 2018.
Thank you so much. Member in charge, Councillor Caldine.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to table item 46 for the approval of the reviewed City of Johannesburg Land Use Scheme 2018. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Neft is not here, so DA Councillor D. Shea.
Honourable Speaker.
Is it Skay or Shea?
It's Shay.
Thank you.
Welcome to another lecture in the Johannesburg School of Governance, brought to you by the Democratic Alliance, proudly sponsored by the Presidency of South Africa. Speaker, the political quote of the month undoubtedly belongs to Minister Gwede Mantashe, capacity dololo. Now, I'm not here to debate the minister's intent when he said that, but I can think of no better or more...
Councillor Shea, I honestly don't want a repeat of yesterday.
Speaker, if you let me finish the sentence, you'll hear
Please,
where we're
Councillor
going.
Shea, please.
Okay.
Thank you, all of you. Councillor Christians, no. Thank you, everybody. Councillor Shea, please. Assembly.
Okay, but I can think of no better way to describe diagnosis of Johannesburg's current condition. Its infrastructure, its enforcement system, its planning. Capacity dollar law. It isn't a political jab. It's a reality our residents live with every single day. A reality I came home to last night after leaving this chamber, when I got home and there was no water in my suburb. For the umpteenth time, a burst of the chronically failing Rankislachter reservoir forced a shutdown. That is the reality that informs this debate. And yet, here we are debating a new land use scheme like that capacity exists. Let me be clear. The DA does not reject a new land use scheme. We understand the need to modernize our planning framework and to enable sensible densification. But we cannot support this land use scheme in its current form, not until the foundational work is done. Because you cannot plan the future of a city by putting the cart before the horse. You cannot densify before you've secured infrastructure. You cannot expand zoning before you've mapped capacity. You cannot promise growth while ignoring enforcement. Right now, the land use scheme is trying to build the roof before the foundations are poured. It's trying to plan density on top of a system that is already straining under the weight of unmanaged growth, illegal development, and infrastructure neglect. And these aren't just the views of the Democratic Alliance. These are the views of Johannesburg, written in black and white through the public participation reports on this very item. But there is a fundamental difference, Speaker, between reading a report to tick a box and reading it for genuine understanding. If the administration had read the submissions to understand them, and not merely for the purpose of formulating a response, they would have heard one clear, unified message from the city. The time is not right. They would have heard resident after resident, community after community, warning that we lack the foundations for this land use scheme, and that to proceed now is to build a blueprint for collapse. We see the reality clearly on the ground. Recently, I submitted a petition calling for a joint audit by Development Planning, City Power, and Johannesburg Water into areas fed by the Orchard substation. A substation that trips repeatedly week after week. And why? Because illegal communes and unmanaged land use in places like Sydenham and Orange Grove are overloading infrastructure that was never designed for this kind of density. Because we have densification without enforcement, growth without governance. And it's not just the DA and the residents saying this. A few weeks ago, I sat at a public meeting with the chair of chairs, and he himself was bemoaning the lack of enforcement that led to the first backyard shack he had ever seen in Sandton. Even he can see the problem his own party refuses to solve. And from our petition, the residents themselves were sounding the alarm. In their responses, and I quote, "Every 2 or 3 weeks we are left without power. Some properties have as many as 20 people living on them. The strain is destroying our network. Illegal structures need to be demolished and owners held accountable. Orange Grove is reaching the point of no return. Our area is becoming a slum of gangsters." Speakers, this is not DA rhetoric. This is Johannesburg speaking, and it is speaking loudly. Residents are paying a fortune in tax and getting nothing in return. They enjoy outages that last for days, leaving homes vulnerable and their security systems failing. They watch water pressure collapse and roads crumble, not because of unforeseen events, but because of deliberate political choices. The choice to ignore bylaw enforcement. The choice to tolerate illegal land use. The choice to pretend that density can happen without capacity. This is capacity dollar law in practice. And it's why the DA says the scheme cannot proceed without these fundamental changes. First, bulk service contributions need to be ring-fenced. Every cent for the infrastructure upgrades required by densification in that specific area should be spent on that area. Developers must not be allowed to pay into a general pot that disappears into unrelated spending while the pipes beneath their buildings burst from overuse. Second, those bulk service contributions must be calculated dynamically based on the real capacity that exists today and the upgrades planned for tomorrow. That is why we insist the city's digital twin, already under development, must be completed and properly used. It must not be a vanity project. It must be a living map of Johannesburg's infrastructure. Every pipe, every cable, every substation, constantly updated and accessible to planners, engineers, and the decision makers alike. And that leads me to the third, transparency. For the digital twin to function, departments like Joburg Water must be willing to share their knowledge with the rest of the city. Currently, they will not share their pipe layout with the Development Planning Department. It raises serious questions on what's being hidden. Masking critical data at this stage does not protect the city, it cripples it. Speaker, without ring-fence funding, without dynamic bulk service pricing tied to real capacity, and without full interdepartmental transparency, this land use scheme is not a plan, it's a fantasy. It is densification on paper and disaster in reality. Right now, the city is trying to teach Chapter 10 when it hasn't even passed Chapter 1. It's writing the textbook without checking if the classroom has been built. It's promising high-rise futures without checking whether the pipes can cope. That is the very definition of putting the cart before the horse. We believe in Joburg. We believe the city can grow. We believe it can thrive. But belief alone is not enough. If we believe in Joburg, we must build the foundations first. We must enforce the laws we already have. We must protect the infrastructure we already depend on. And we must plan growth based on reality, not on rhetoric. This is another lecture in the Johannesburg School of Governance, and as I said yesterday, this is the last term. There will be no extended learning program for slow learners. Next term there will be demonstration. Because today, to believe in Johannesburg is to believe in more than just plans on paper. It is to believe in the rule of law that protects our communities. It is to believe in the infrastructure that supports our growth. And it is to demand a government that delivers both. Thank you.
So good. Thanks, Councillor Shea. Councillor Komane from the EFF.
Se boleledi sa lekgotla ke go leboge ke tšea sebaka se ke go tamiša madume kiao ke dumediše le bamphato ka moka ba bokaneng ka gare ho lekgotla le badudi ba toropo ya rena e botse ya Joburg ba ba latelago tshepedišo e mo mafarahlahleng a go fapafapana ke dumediša le baeti ba rena ka mo Cllr ka mo moetapele wa khuduthamaga ya balwela tokologo ba ikonomi fa wa le gona ka kudu ya setšhaba sa rantsho bao ba tšetšwego maatla ka lerumo la go tshomollo ba utswetšwa lefase ka mahlale le maradia a bo ramošweu ba re nkune se ke go fese gante a ba khuparela selo ka mo seatleng rantsho wa šala ithwele megodo a lla sa masetla pelo re le lebeletše re le shebile nako ya lena e tlo re fihlela ba rekiši ba lefase mokomisara a ngaka Mcini Tshwaku Thobela ka mošate Honorable Speaker ke tia leopo le boelela ge ke dumediša sefepi segolo sa khuduthamaga mokhanselara Thabisa Mogapi empa nka lebala jwang go rola kefa ka tia letolo ka tamiša lebotho la madira a masumpedi senyane a economic freedom. Revolutionary greetings to you fighters. Mohlomphegi ke ema mo pele ga kgoro go ahlahla item 46, the reviewed land use scheme. Considering the steps followed in reviewing this land use scheme, one can be satisfied that relevant stakeholders participated meaningfully. The committee conducted consultations in 3 phases, all within the set KPIs and time frame. Public participation was canvassed through various media platforms, ensuring visibility and accessibility, while meaningful engagements were facilitated across all 7 regions. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, as the EFF, we adopt the recommendations in this report. Re a o leboga seboleledi sa lekgotla.
Thank you so much, Councillor. Councillor Lefutso from the ANC. Councillor Lefutso from the ANC. Thank you.
Speaker.
Hold on, Councillor Ran. No one has spoken. Point.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. It's just a point of personal request. Would it be possible for us just to take a leg stretch and just a toilet break? We have all been sitting here for quite a while. I don't want to disrupt everything, but it's just if we could just...
Let's finish the item.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You can carry on, Councillor Lefutso.
Speaker. Ke dumedise Meyara Ntate Sello Dala Morero, ke dumedise Chief Whip, ke dumedise Chair of Chairs, ke sa lebale di councilor tsa mokgatlo o moholo wa African National Congress o tsebahala lefatshe kaofela. The residents of the city of Johannesburg, in particular the residents of Ward 34, where I preside. Speaker, we're not in the mood today. It's better we do the work that we intend to do. Speaker, before I'm going to touch base with
I think we must correct other things, Speaker. Yesterday we were called names, and amongst that we were called to be slow learners yesterday and today. I don't know if whether the 6,700 children of Gaza that are dying daily are the perpetrators slow learning now that the nation is being swiped. But nonetheless, Speaker, let me speak to the item Land Use Scheme 2018. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The City of Johannesburg Land Scheme 2018 is born of a Spatial Planning and Land Management Act number 16 of 2023, SPLUMA, and provides guidance on issues of consent, land use application and development across the city. The land scheme is subjected to review and approved by council for every 5 years period. It must be noted, Speaker, that the 2018 land scheme use was approved by council on the 31st August 2018 and came into operation on the 1st of February 2019. The land scheme use enforces through the municipal planning bylaws of 2016 as amended, which all landowners and users, including municipalities, state-owned enterprises, and all organs of states are bound by its provisions with regard to the city special development framework. The review process of the 2018 land use scheme was a product of rigorous progress which was implemented in 3 phases. An internal review phase, a comprehensive public participation process, and the finalization of Land Use Scheme 2018 document. Considering all processes were followed, including consultations with all city departments and municipality-owned entities and the general public, we therefore request that the Land Scheme 2018 as reviewed in 2025 be approved by Council. I want to thank you there, Speaker. In closing, in 1652, Speaker, it has happened as history written in the books of South Africa. And I will repeat, the 3 ships sailed from the west coming to Cape Town. Namely, they were Dromedaries, Reiger, and Goede Hoop. Those ships, they brought misery to Africa.
Can you take a seat, just? Councillor Ran.
Thank you very much for noting me, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Ran.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I'd just like to put on record as a point of clarity, we're 400 years down the line, okay, and the South African Navy has less ships than they had in 1600.
Councillor, carry on with your speech.
Thank you, Speaker. These are the beneficiaries of those 3 ships. Speaker, you know it must be put to contest. In whatever is happening in Gaza today, a couple of years, as a couple of hundred of years has happened in the West, whereby the Red Indians were swiped out of their country. Today we are witnessing the very same thing in Gaza, whereby the Palestinians have been swiped out. And there are people amongst our midst who doesn't even recognize that there is something called genocide. When the 3 ships arrived in South Africa, the question of land was addressed, and the land was stolen from the black people of South Africa. Secured in Europe. Referring to the land use scheme, Madam Speaker,
can you please,
we want to redress.
Councillor, can you please take your seat? Councillor Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'd just like to put on record that the councillor speaking is misleading this House. There's a reason why our coat of arms says Cllr. That's very simple. The original inhabitants of this country were the Khoi and the San, and they're the ones who got the land taken away from them. Thank you.
Councillor, can you continue with your speech?
Thank you, Speaker. I see, speakers, we are catching feelings here. And I wonder why are we catching feelings if you are not guilty? Because we're referring to beneficiaries who today are sitting amongst the mist. But Speaker, impi yasesandlwana impi yasesandlwana, Speaker. It was a react from colonialism.
Councillor, just take your seat. Councillor Zita and the other councillor across from Action SA. And who?
It's the mayor. It's the mayor, Speaker.
I give up.
Oops.
Colleagues, I give up, Kathleen.
Essex.
Colleagues, you know, Executive Mayor, just on a very light note, earlier on someone's phone rang. Executive Mayor, earlier on someone's phone rang, and I said, I'm going to remove that person. And afterwards I said, I'm hoping it's not the mayor, because I wouldn't want to remove you. But colleagues, please, Zita, you must chase the mayor when he's there. Carry on with you. I will remove him next time, not now.
Speaker, in respect of the mayor, I would like to thank the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, colleagues. MMC Mgina.
There's an opportunity. Can you remind me what the Indians they chased away the colonialists in the Can you remind them that?
So,
Councillor Zita, switch off your mic.
In India. Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Greetings to residents at home. Greetings to yourself, Madam Speaker. Greetings to the Executive Mayor, to the Chief Whip, Chair of Chairs, and the entire Council.
Colleagues, now what's happening? Pardon? I don't know, maybe as a pressing thing to run out. I'm not sure. Yes, Councillor Belinda? Please exempt yourself from speaking. MMC, switch off, please.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, I'd like to call a point of order on you. We are all councillors in this house, including the executive mayor. The rules of council is very clear. When someone is on the floor, you don't move up and down. The mayor has now gone from the one side to the other side, even with his own MMC being on the floor. Can you please call the mayor to order?
Okay,
Otherwise, we'll have to call you on
Colleagues,
order as
thank
well.
you for the point of order on me. Councillor Mkina, please get back to your speech. Councillor Mkina, please get back to your speech.
I want to give MMC go some minutes as well. No, thank you very much once more, Madam Speaker. I'm done with salutations. I acknowledge, I think, everyone in the House. Let me thank Councillor Komani and Councillor Lufuzo for welcoming the land use scheme review and appreciating the work that was done towards this realization of the scheme. Thank you very much also because you are also assisting me to respond to Councillor Shea when he is surprised about the fact that there were no foundational processes that were done. I mean, the advert went for over 90 days. I'm not sure what is it that you wanted us to do further. The engagements went throughout the regions. And I think maybe just to assist you in case you could not go through the report itself, but I know that it was served as well at the Section 79, and thank you, Chair of the committee, for making sure that this particular report goes through the Section 79. Just as a brief summary, councillors, we are all aware that the review of the land use scheme will bring the regulation of development space in line with the modern trends. That's what we are all aware of. We are actually replacing a scheme of 2018. So now, once we approve this one, it will now be a scheme of 2025. As well, Madam Speaker, the scheme, in terms of the site development plans, will seek to reduce the requirements for the submission of the site development plans for minor buildings and extensions to existing residential buildings. It will also introduce a clause where should a dwelling house be developed in any use zone with the addition of subsidiary dwelling units in compliance with clause 21 of the land use scheme, as the SDP will not be required. In terms of the increase in economic opportunities for homeowners and occupants, it will increase opportunities to work from home as well, provision for additional concerned users such as beauty and health spa and salons, as well as the veterinary clinics. Also provision for small-scale aftercare centers to operate without a need to apply for consent similar to the small-scale ECDs in our areas. There are many benefits to this land use scheme, and we want to thank residents who participated and stakeholders who participated in making sure that this dream becomes a reality that will assist our city to progress instead of going forward, I mean backwards. And lastly, Madam Speaker, through you, I want to request that the DA caucus supports this. This is a scheme that covers everyone in Johannesburg. And we're quite clear that we represent residents of Johannesburg and not part part of Johannesburg. We're actually representing Johannesburg holistically with all its regions. So I am requesting that you support this particular scheme as a tool that will make sure that development in our city is realized. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MMC. Member in charge, Councillor Caldin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just on another note, councillors need to remember the responsibility of Section 79. We go to Section 79 to debate and engage. We cannot come to this house, then debate on something that was approved in Section 79. In light of that, the Section 79
Councillor
committee recommends that
Caldin, can you
council
just hold on?
approve. Thank you.
She went too fast. She went very fast, but can I hear you?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I'm rising on a point of order. This is now the second chairperson who's not following the protocol. They're there to close, they're not there to
Councillor.
deal. No, Speaker.
No.
They're there to close an item. They cannot tell councillors that they cannot come to this house, which is the highest decision-making body of council, to debate. Thank you.
Councillors, the recommendations are on page 46.13. Is the item agreed to? Can I do it one more time? I haven't even said anything. You are saying no to what? No. I am asking, recommendations on pages 46.13. Do we agree to the recommendations? Colleagues, aye. Yes. What did you hear? The table all says the yeses has it.
Yes!
I asked, I consulted here. Councillor Christians, don't cough too much out. Don't cough too much. Can you switch up your mic, whoever's mic is on? Take the, yeah.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, in terms of Rule 84, the Democratic Alliance would like to record its opposition to the item. We are not against the land use policy, but we are against the fact that there is not sufficient bylaw enforcement in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor. Noted. Councillor Ran has asked for a 5-minute break. We're going to have a five. Councillor Belinda, say yes to 5. A 5-minute break. Thank you. 5. Colleagues, the 5 minutes has turned into 8 minutes. Can we take our seats so that we can continue? The ship has still been sailing very nicely, and we have managed to get past all the waves. There's a councillor that has lost her scarf. There's a councillor that has lost a scarf. I also want to report we have shoes at the back of someone that lost her shoes. We have a wardrobe at the back. I'm going to give it to charity. So please, if you've lost a scarf today, your scarf is over here. Thank you. No one is going to report back because we all went to stretch our legs. Maybe we'll ask how far have we stretched. Thank you, colleagues. STC.
Councillors, the following items will be read together. That's item 47, which is an oversight report of the HSD Section 79 Committee to Mfolo South Clinic in Region D on the 10th of June 2025, also read with item 48. That's an oversight visit report of the HSD Section 79 Committee to Mountain View Clinic, Region G on the 10th of June 2025, also read with item 49, which also an oversight visit report of the HSD Section 79 Committee to Lowly Extension 1 Clinic in Region G on the 10th of June 2025, read also with item 50, which is an oversight report of the HSD Section 79 Committee to Freedom Park Clinic in Region G on the 22nd of April 2025, also read with item 51, which is an oversight report of the HSD Section 79 Committee to Terfontaine Clinic construction site in Region F on the 22nd of April 2025, read also with item 52, which is an oversight visit report of the HSD Section 79 Committee to Bertram's Multipurpose Center construction site in Region F on the 22nd of April.
On my right-hand side, the councillors in the third row from the back, can we please refrain from what we're doing? And then the councillors on my left, can we be seated? Councillor De Rocha, we are disturbing. The councillors at the back front, do softly what you are doing. I'm talking to them on the right as well. Left and right, can we please? We walk in, let's do it slowly. Thank you. STC, can you continue?
On item 52, it's the oversight report of the HSD Section 79 Committee to Bertram's Multipurpose Center construction site in Region F on the 22nd of April 2025, read with item 53. That's an oversight report of the HSD Section 79 Committee to a construction site for the displaced persons in Region G on the 22nd of April 2025, also read with item 54, and that's the oversight visit report by the Section 79 Committee on Transport to Southeast South and Region C at John Street on the 30th of May 2025, also read with item 55. That's an oversight visit report by the Section 79 Committee on Transport to Rotherport, Region C at Pier Road Bridge on the 13th of May 2025, and also read with item 56, which is an oversight visit report by the Section 79 Committee on Transport to Rotherport in Region C at Jampanje Street Bridge on 13th May 2025, and also read with item 57, which is an oversight visit by Section 79 Oversight Committee on the Transport to JRA asphalt plant on the 13th May 2025. Lastly, read with item 58, which is an oversight visit report on the Section 79 Economic Development to Southern Farm Development, Golden Highway, and Liai, Region G, on the 9th of September 2025.
Thank you, colleagues. Item 47, recommendations is on page 47.5. Item 48 is on 48.4. Item 49 is on 49.5. Item 50 is on 50.5. Item 51 is on 51.5. Item 52 is on 52.5. Item 53 is on 53.5. Item 54 is on 54.7. Item 55 is on 55.9. Item 56 is on 56.8. Item 57 is on 57.6. Item 58 is on 58.6. Are these items all agreed to? Thank you, councillors. Councillor Coogan, your hand.
Thank you, Chair. Just a point of concern. We've just been to the bathrooms, and they seem to be getting progressively worse. Not only are many of them not working, lights are flashing in some of them, the soap dispensers don't work, and there's often questionable hygiene in terms of people who've been there previously. And I've actually seen the state deteriorating over the last couple of months, and I would really like to request that we get in some handymen. Surely we are the decision-making body of the city. We could have suitable toilets for us. And honestly, it looks like at least a good third are non-functional in some capacity or other. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Coogan. We have noted and we will respond on it. Thank you so much. SCC?
Councillor, on item 59, terms of reference for section 79, Community Development Committee.
Yes.
And also, sorry, read with also item 60, that's also the terms of reference for section 79, Health and Social Development Committee. Read also with item 61 and the terms of reference of the section 79 Municipal Public Accounts Committee with annexures. And lastly, item 62, and those are also terms of reference for section 79 Transport Committee.
Thank you, councillors. There's still a lot of, what is it, pity. Councillors, item 59, the recommendation is on page 59.2. Item 60 is on 60.2, and item 61 is on 61.2, and item 62 is on page 62.2. Are these items all agreed to? Thank you, councillors.
Councillors, item 63 is the motivation that council certifies as irrecoverable and regularize irregular and unauthorized expenditure for September 2025.
The member in charge of impact, there's an apology. Do we have anybody that's standing in? Because we didn't get a name. Councillor Masibuku. Oh, apologies, Councillor. Thank you. Colleagues, please, asseblief toch. Ngiyacela, please. Thank you, Councillor Mazibuku.
Thank you, Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to table the motivations by section 79 Municipal Public Accounts Committee for Council to certify as irrecoverable and irregularized and unauthorized expenditure. According to section 32.2 of the FMA, a municipality must recover unauthorized, irregular or fruitless and wasteful expenditure from the person liable for that expenditure unless the expenditure after investigation by council committee is certified by council as irrecoverable and written off by council.
Further, according to Regulation 74.1D of the Municipal Budget and Reporting Regulations of 2009, once a council committee has investigated the recoverability of the UIF expenditure, and the committee must submit a motivation to council explaining its recommendation regarding the recoverability of the expenditure. Speaker, noting these pieces of legislation, on the 20th of August and on the 19th and the 20th of August, on the 20th of August and the 19th of September 2025, the committee agreed to recommend to council that UIFW expenditure be certified and as recoverable and irregularized. These expenditures cover various core departments. The expenditures range from 2019 to 2020 to 2024-2025 financial years. Madam Speaker, as the committee, we are encouraged that some of these matters will be referred to the disciplinary board for further investigation, where the elements of financial misconduct were identified. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, the committee recommends that council approves recommendation to certify as irrecoverable and irregularized expenditure as listed in the reports and its annexures. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Mazibuko. Action SA, Councillor P. Kulu.
Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor, Action SA Caucus Leader Marcel Couturier, and the Action SA Caucus, fellow councillors, and the residents of the city of Johannesburg, greetings, Sanbonani, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Today, Madam Speaker, this council considers certifying almost 845 million rands, that is 312 million of rands in irregular expenditure and 533 million rands in unauthorized expenditure. Madam Speaker, these are rands that could have built houses, repaired potholes in Marshalltown, kept lights in Robert Shem, preserved heritage in Hillbrow and Soweto, and created jobs for the residents of the city of Johannesburg. Somlomo kunekhande libi eliloku elilunguzile ngalezi mali ezixhaphazwa yilo hulumeni, both political and interference. When leadership sends mixed signals, when politics overrides governance, the result in this cycle in every council, year after year, sitting here to certify the rights of millions. And if nothing changes, the next council will be sitting here again, certifying these rights-offs or similar rights-offs. Somlomo, I want to ask every councillor here, is every councillor in this chamber interested in our heritage and economy as the lifeblood of our communities? Somlomo, Johannesburg is a city rich with history. Our heritage site, such as the Constitutional Hill, should be the engines of pride, tourism, and local business. Yet too often, they are left to decay while funds vanish through irregular contracts. Residents feel this deeply, and our Johannesburg City Library used to be safe, full of books, and a community space. Today, its doors are partially locked, and there's a promise of them opening. We do not know when. And the majority of our residents, they have nowhere to go. These are the lived consequences of poor decisions. History teaches us better. Madam Speaker, ilembe eleqamanya amalembe ngokukhalipha. With very limited resources, he built unity, discipline, and economic structures that sustained his people, abantu besilo. He understood that without accountability and strategy, no nation survives. Compare that to Johannesburg today, abundant in resources, yet they are squandered. Abundant asset, Yes, they are neglected. We have the potential to lead South Africa, but we are failing to live up to it. This is why Action SA is clear in its policies. 1, our economy must be rooted in ethical long-term leadership. 2, public assets must be leveraged transparently to create jobs. 3, institutions like JUFIS must be empowered and independent to stop corruption before it repeats. And political leadership, not just officials, must face accountability when communities are betrayed. Somlomo, Action SA supports this item because legally, under Section 32 of the MFMA, these expenditures are recoverable and must be regularized. But, Madam Speaker, I do so with a very heavy anger. Anger that Johannesburg, with the highest number of municipal-owned entities in the country, is meant to be the mirror of South Africa, yet it only reflects its mismanagement. We cannot simply say, close the box. We must change the culture. That means 1, empowering GFIS to act without fear or favor. 2, ensuring political and administrative accountability alike. 3, linking expenditure decisions to heritage and community upliftment.
40 seconds
not to
left,
waste
Councillor.
and neglect. Madam Speaker, this should not be another culture of resignation that has found home in this chamber. But let this be a turning point. Joburg cannot be a mirror of what South Africa should be, but that is only possible if we treat the economy as precious, heritage as living, and accountability as non-negotiable. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Boer.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor, fellow councillors. I'm rising on item 63. And councillors, item 63 is a motivation that council certify as irrecoverable and regularize irregular and unauthorized expenditure. So this document is supposed to be a motivation. And Madam Speaker, I've written on this item before. When we look at irregular expenditure, and we are requested as a council to regularize expenses worth 266 million rand that arose from 1920, 1919 and 1920. And we are giving this report as various departments, various service providers, and the reason is, one of the reasons is it appears that some employees, directors, complete their declaration as a matter of form over substance. Really, this to me is not a motivation to say, yes, you've tried your best. We don't doubt the integrity of Impact. I think they're doing a splendid work. But this document is supposed to be a motivation why council should regularize those expenses. And to say various departments, various service providers, a write-off 266 million is not a motivation. Madam Speaker, on the unauthorized expenditure, yes, we are overspending. And as a result, our mayor has to stand in front of the Auditor General, and I think after his term he can become a fireman because he just has to extinguish fires that appear in the city, and he has to give answers over overspending on budgets. And it's not on to write off 423 million rand from human settlements on overspending to budget due to depreciation and impairment losses. Those items were known before the financial year, and they should have become to council to be regularized before they were incurred, so that they don't appear on our financial statements as unauthorized expenditure. So there's a lot of work that we need to do to make sure that we don't see those reports every single year to write off old debt. But having said that, we support the impacts report, and we need to clean our books on this regard. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Baie dankie. Councillor J. Sudabai. Sudabai. You'll correct me.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is as written, Sadabi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. All protocol observed. I rise to speak on item 63, the motivation that Council certify as irrecoverable and regularize irregular and unauthorized expenditure for September 2025. For the sake of clarity, Madam Speaker, GFIS investigates matters referred directly to them that transpired before the 1st of July 2018. So none of the new items, as discussed in item 44 today, are on that desk. All items since the 1st of July 2018 have been referred directly to GRAS. Up to today, MPAC has had to wait for GFIS and GRAS to submit the results of their investigations to the committee. The House can be absolutely assured there are none, zero matters sitting on the desk of the MPAC chairperson waiting for the committee's attention. All backlog of UIFW items prior to today sits at GFIS and GRAS, and MPAC is waiting on those departments. But all is not lost. The new terms of reference and UIFW investigation processes that have just been approved state that all new matters must now come directly to MPAC, and the committee will determine the level of investigation required outside of the committee and follow up if the reports are slow in returning. To be clear, Madam Speaker, MPAC is ready and willing and now able to receive the deviation reports as noted in item 42 for investigation. With respect to the 312 million plus rand in irregular expenditure in this report, it is alarming that supply chain processes continue to be flouted with impunity, and the accounting officer ratifies these deviations unabated without providing explanation. So the report submitted to MPAC must therefore include the circumstances surrounding the deviations, including the paper trail of warnings that a contract is coming to a close, any special circumstances and consequence management applied, so that the committee can quickly make a determination regarding recoverability. The committee further looks forward to investigating monthly the deviations that are ratified going forward per our approved terms of reference. The city will never achieve a clean audit without strengthening its internal controls and addressing its irregular expenditure before the AG finds any transgressions. The unauthorized expenditure of 533 million and change requested to be removed from the UIFW register mostly resulted from budget adjustments. The committee has requested that all departments submit their standing operating procedure to prevent future adjustment budgets from causing unauthorized expenditure. And identifying unauthorized expenditure before year end is simple arithmetic. Actual invoices paid plus commitments equals expenditure. And as soon as that sum is greater than the annual budget, unauthorized expenditure has taken place. If the item is not on the budget, unauthorized expenditure has taken place. And in response to unauthorized expenditure, the mayor must adhere to the provisions of Section 29 of the MFMA and bring both the matter and an adjustment budget to council. The AG commented in the 23-24 audit that the city seems to rely on AG findings in order to achieve a clean audit. In other words, if the AG doesn't find it, it never happened. But with MPAC now proactively checking every deviation as they happen, irregular expenditure found by the AG should be significantly lessened. And if the mayor adheres to Section 29 of the MFMA, unauthorized expenditure discovered by the AG would be limited to only those last month's invoices either paid or committed for payment. A clean audit would then become possible. The MPAC terms of reference for the last year has allowed for the UIFW registers of the entities to serve in the committee. accompanied by their boards of directors' records of decision to write off or recover, consequence management effected, and referrals to the disciplinary board for investigation of possible financial mismanagement. Could the Mayor, as the sole shareholder of all the entities, please request that all entities submit those UIFW registers to MPAC as a matter of urgency? Without adequate scrutiny of the entity's UIFW, it is apparent that the city will not get control of its UIFW nor achieve a clean audit. Because of the 12 billion rand UIFW added to the register by the 23-24 audit, 3 billion was attributed to core administration and a whopping 9 billion rand came from the entities. Where necessary, referral to the disciplinary board for investigation into possible financial mismanagement, referral for disciplinary action and recommendations to the accounting officer to consider criminal charges are included in the recommendations of this report. National Treasury has given a directive that the removal from the UIFW register and possible disciplinary processes are separate issues, and the write-offs cannot be deferred while waiting for those outcomes. The committee does recommend that monies must be recovered where services have not been delivered or objectives have not been achieved. Where the value for money was received is a different matter altogether. It would be greatly appreciated if the AG would begin to include in its annual audits the measurement of cost effectiveness as stated in section 112 of the MFMA. That we continue to rack up annual UIFW expenditure in the magnitude of budgets of small countries is distressing. It is plainly obvious that a government anchored by the Democratic Alliance and our commitment to good, honest and transparent governance is the only hope for a clean audit for the city of Johannesburg. The DA approves this report with continued concern that UIFW matters show no indication of reducing. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor R. Harris from ACDP.
Good afternoon once again, Madam Speaker. All protocol observed, I rise to speak to item 63 relating to UIFW expenditure. The Auditor General consistently calls for performance, accountability, transparency, and institutional integrity in local government. This council is being asked to certify as irrecoverable and regularize 312 million rand in irregular expenditure for the 2019-2020 to 2024-25 financial years. Also, we are asked to certify as irrecoverable and regularize 533 million rand for the 2023-24 financial year. Though the MFMA makes provision for the certification and write-offs, it does not morally legitimize these actions. We acknowledge MPAC's investigation. Of the 42 recommendations, 14 have been agreed to. There is little information on whether disciplinary action has been instituted against officials responsible for this financial delinquency. On the contrary, officials must only give reasons why they should not be suspended. The lack of information on consequence management, including the laying of criminal charges, makes it even more difficult to be complicit in this mismanagement. As councillors, we are asked to agree to the application of legislation. However, the credibility and integrity of this chamber and every councillor is going to take yet another battering. The action we are contemplating today will erode the little trust the public has in this body. Our ever-increasing cost of utilities and rates will leave ratepayers asking why they are being squeezed dry with a range of levies and surcharges, yet we can so easily agree to the regularizing of inefficiencies worth hundreds of millions of rands. Our task is to provide oversight. It is our duty to ensure the metro functions effectively, and most importantly, we must give the residents the assurance that we are good stewards of the resources they have entrusted to us. Approving these write-offs is an admission of failure. It is an admission that we cannot keep people accountable. It is an admission that we condone the dereliction of duty. It is an admission that we lack transparency. It is an admission that institutional integrity ranks low in our priority list. In keeping with the ACDP's promise of service, order, and safety, the ACDP does not approve of the certification of these amounts as being irrecoverable. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. You did well. You had 10 seconds left. Councillor M. Cook from Good.
Thank you and good afternoon, Madam Speaker. You do look very good from here, Madam Speaker. I don't know if the lighting from back there was bad, but it is much better from here.
Oh, donkey. Donkey.
I'd also like to greet the Executive Mayor, the Chief Whip, the Chair of Chairs, all MMCs and the Section 79 chairpersons. Speaker, today Council considers the recommendations of the Municipal Public Accounts Committee regarding irregular and unauthorized expenditure. The amounts before us are not small. 312 million in irregular expenditure and 533 million in unauthorized expenditure. These figures represent failures in governance, but they also represent an opportunity for us to show that the oversight mechanisms of this Council are starting to work. Let us be clear, certifying this expenditure as irrecoverable and regularizing it does not mean excusing what has happened. It means closing the books in a legally compliant manner while demanding that corrective action be taken and that consequence management follows. Speaker, where officials or service providers have failed, they must be held accountable. Where systems have failed, they must be strengthened. Speaker, our residents expect financial discipline. Every rand wasted is a rand not spent on housing, clinics, roads, or waste removal. This Council must ensure that the recommendations of MPAC are not just adopted, but are implemented, from the new SOPs in group finance to stronger contract management controls across all departments. GOOD stands for Clean, Transparent Government. We therefore support these recommendations, but we also call for a renewed commitment that UIFW expenditure of this magnitude never happens again. Speaker, in one of my first speeches in this Council, I commented on MPAC, and Chairperson Rasarute commented that I was not a member of MPAC and that I should join MPAC. I attended his very next meeting as a member of MPAC, and I would like to commend the entire MPAC team as I now leave the MPAC committee to go and chair up finance. Good luck to the MPAC committee. Keep doing your good work. I know it's a struggle with some of the things, but keep fighting ahead.
Thank you, Councillor.
Chairperson Shipi Tlatswaba, to you.
Councillor Sigebe. Who was that?
Honorable Speaker, at the outset, let me congratulate the United Democratic Movement.
Colleagues, we are trying to listen to Councillor Sigebe. Can we please not do that? Councillor Sigebe, continue.
Thank you, Speaker. At the outset, let me congratulate the United Democratic Movement on reaching 28 years of existence on the 27th of September 2025. This is not just a number, it is a legacy. The UDM was born at a time when our democracy was still in its infancy, and its leader, President Bantu Holomisa, stood tall as the first whistleblower of corruption in the wake of democracy, when it was not fashionable to do so. At a time when exposing wrongdoing came at great personal and political cost, he chose country over comfort, integrity over silence. Today, the very same voices that once criticized him now sing from the same hymn book, acknowledging that corruption is the single greatest threat to service delivery and democracy. It is on this moral foundation that we approach item 63. The Municipal Public Accounts Committee has recommended that Council certify as irrecoverable and regularize 312 million in irregular
regular expenditure and 533 million in unauthorized expenditure. These are not just figures. They represent broken promises to the residents who go without water, electricity, housing, and safety while resources slip through the cracks of poor management and weak controls. We acknowledge the diligence of MPEC in investigating 22 reports and bringing forward corrective measures. Yet, as the UDM, we cannot accept that the normalization of writing off hundreds of millions becomes an annual routine. Regularization is an administrative requirement, yes, we agree, but it must be coupled with consequence management. Criminal referrals were warranted and agent tightening of financial systems. Honorable Speaker, Johannesburg cannot afford a culture where irregular and unauthorized expenditure becomes part of doing business. Departments must be held to account, officials must be trained and disciplined, and service providers who flout the law must be blacklisted. It is not enough to certify and move on. We must demonstrate that lessons have been learned and reforms are implemented. As we celebrate the UDM's 20th anniversary, let us remind this council that accountability is not a slogan, it is a duty we owe to our people. Just as President Olomisa's courage set the tone for ethical governance decades ago, so too we must in this chamber lead by example. We must prove to the residents of Johannesburg that every cent of public money is safeguarded and directed to service delivery. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, the UDM supports the recommendation, but with a strong call. This must be the last time Council is asked to write off such staggering amounts without seeing tangible reform. Our residents, they deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor. Councillor M. Mbangwa.
Ndimasiari vochipikara. Okay. Ndolibuwa. Mochipika, ndi kwamba namusi hapo noni mbilu yangu kwa shekana ngamanda. Nanga suzu nema tuwaita zone. Na matamba ote era tangana nao. Kuvacha mroba. Madam Speaker, I so wish I could dwell much on my Venek, maybe to exude the deep culture that Bavenda people have, the descendants of Vere Jambeu, and the IAS Musenzi. Madam Speaker, just note that the Venda people have got almost over 26 tribes within them. It's a lesson for another day. But I'm not here for that. We are sitting here with what we call Intumantumane. Yes. It's a puzzle, if I have to put it in this thing. But we need to detail where the problem started. The same way that the problem of our country started when the gangsters arrived here in South Africa in 1652. It then manifests to the very pattern that happened in the year 2016. The 16th day shows something. That is where the problem that we have here in this item 63. Our problem started in 2016. And when it started, there was one masquerade that was masqueraded as a face of what is going to happen in the city of Johannesburg. And believe you me, when somebody is used as a masquerade, in the custom that the people of Igbo land uses, is not the real thing. So that masquerade was paraded, and it took the shape and the face of us as a black people. It became black like me, and it was paraded as a very nice accidental mayor of the city on record. Now, what then happened? That is why I say this problem of this irregular expenditure, which is holding us, where does it started? I guess it's Mandul. Like Alekon, Ari Tome Tomahone, Karuzu Yambe Zorobera Mini, I Balabule Bosha straight to Kuhumelele. Because some people are good in economical, they are very unkind with the truth. They are always economical and truth with the truth. And we must tell it as it is. Allow me to quote Cabral. Amilcar Cabral, the very name that my father, when I met him, say, this is the name that I reserved for you. It's a story for another day. Wati, tell it as it is. Can I tell it as it is, Madam Speaker? Now, we always not want to miss any point in history, because when the multi-party came on power, they made sure that all the functionality of the city are not function. I wonder when people stand up and grace and say that we'll teach you how things are done. Yes, they know better, because in the multi-party time, maybe we must be very frank. Maybe we must be very frank.
Councillor, can you just have your seat? Councillor Santana.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, can the councillors please speak to the item and be factual, because these are items from 2011.
Councillor, please continue with your speech.
Can I continue? That's why we say when the multi-party came on board, they made sure that, number one, they made the people that are supposed to work do the right things not working. The disciplinary board was rendered redundant. That is a fact. And then when we come in on board, we had to pick up and establish that, so that those that cannot account. Now, let me they say it as it is, like I said, Cabralic. A certain speaker then, in that time, allow me not to mention names because I don't want to be accused, made sure that all the report does not see the light of the day. And that speaker, made sure that all the reports does not come to council. And these reports are also forming part of all these irregular expenditures that we have. Yet, when they speak in the corridors, when they speak in the medias, they say, we are a good leaders, we are these things, because the masquerade, who has now turned up to be some, you know, when we drink a beer, there is Castle and Castle Light. So there is this other light. I'm not going to mention it. So, after that things, those that have got a problem, those that can want to interject me, they can just go and check what is happening at Madanga Commission, where one person has already displayed that one speaker in the city of Joburg was making sure that all the reports does not come through.
Councillor, can you quickly take your seat? Councillor Mbengwa?
Can I continue?
No, take your seat. Your father, oh, sorry. Your Councillor Santana wants to speak.
Chair, I withdraw, thanks. Speaking.
Thank you. No, I thought it was his family that had the hand up on the side. Councillor Mbengwa?
My colleague is getting excited. So, in that whole process, Mesuli, who was talking there at Madanga, highlighted exactly what was happening. And they claim to be the good leaders. But now, I talked about masquerading. And the face of masquerade, which was like black like me, now ENCA has detailed that one. ENCA has put it that way. Now let's get it right. What is a masquerade? A masquerade is something that there is something behind. So the project that was started in 20...
Can you quickly take your seat?
Yeah.
Councillor Mofokeng?
Thank you, Speaker. Please, man, let them allow Councillor Mbengwa to speak. We are listening to him attentively. Please speak. Please.
Colleagues, can we please allow everybody that's on the podium to speak? You should have asked to be on the speakers list. Why? Thank you, Councillor Mbengwa.
Okay. Now,
colleagues,
as we go on, I don't know whether my 10 minutes is still safe or not, because these people are interjecting me a lot. Now, when we come when we came on board, because what we have here is as a result of trying to mop up things that has been done before. And we are sitting in this juncture. At least a truth must be told to this South Africa that the GLU has made sure that we establish that committee to make sure that whosoever who stole, whosoever who has done wrong, whosoever who has hodled or make sure stifled the reports that are lying at the GFI's office is accountable for. We have now established that so that it goes on, so that we can find exactly what must be done. Yet, we don't get acknowledged. They don't talk about it. The very MPEC here, under GLU, made sure that of all this money, yes, there's some money that we are talking about that are not recoverable, which we are recommending. Thank you for my colleague there, CW, that says this other they are agreeing to that, because we are sitting in a juncture whereby we are unmasking the masquerade behind. And the masquerade was a certain go-go who stays there in that western side of this country. And that's why now the real masquerade is marching on into the city of Johannesburg. Unfortunately, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. That's why when we are sitting, we are saying the very MPEC under GLU has made sure that 230, which the AG acknowledged, Maila was very clapping the hands to say we have done something as this collective. But yet when it's multi-party, they hide reports, they do everything that's supposed to be done. They even lie that there's spying equipment which has been secured to spy people. There, that machine is there, it exists.
Can you take your seat, please, Councillor? Councillor Belinda.
Madam Speaker, you know, I don't even want to quote the rule.
I can't hear you.
I'm saying I don't even know if Councillor Mbengwa read the rules of council that talks to the fact that he cannot comment of things that is in front of a court or at a commission. He's just talking about something now that is in front of a commission.
Thank you.
So I'm going to ask him to please read the rules, and I'm asking you to please call him to order.
Councillor
He's too
Belinda.
excited.
Can I take off my jacket? Can I take off my jacket?
Councillors, the Madlanga Commission has arrived, so I don't know. Councillor Mbengwa,
Okay,
can you
the
please
commission,
continue?
I made a mistake. Let me
And your
withdraw the
time is running.
Let me, how many minutes I have?
You have 1 minute and 21 seconds.
Okay, I withdraw the Madlanga. It was reported in ENCA, it's on record, it is there. And we as the ANC, we are saying that we are transparent. That's why we have got all these whole things on board. And we are making sure that we are going to make sure that with these...
Councillor, I'm keeping your 1 minute and 7 seconds. Councillor Christians.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in terms of Rule 72(1). Madam Speaker, I'm a bit confused about the process. Earlier on when Councillor Shea spoke, you said do not repeat what happened yesterday. Yet you're allowing the abuse from that side against this side without saying the exact same thing. Are there double standards in this House? Please advise. Thank you.
Councillor Mbengwa, can you wrap up, please?
I'm wrapping up. The MPEC under the GLU works and is functioning. It is doing change. We had made sure if there was a compliance and not a delay, because the masters that was misused at GFIS, not bringing the reports, are now coming on. And unfortunately, out of the 130 report, which would have made sure that
20 seconds left,
everything is okay, has now finally arrived. And we are coming, we are...
I don't know what did you have. Is it the apples that you ate or what? I don't know. Councillor, the member in charge,
Nina.
switch off your mic, please. Councillor Mazibuku, switch off your mic, Councillor Mbengwa.
No, thank you, Speaker. I think, if anything, this item has ensured or has demonstrated that all parties agree on the item. I think Councillor Mbenga wanted to say the African National Congress supports his statement. Speaker, I've noted all the comments from all the different political parties and from the councillors, but needless to say that the MPEC or MPEC committee is committed in ensuring that the city gets a clean audit, that the city or the committee ensures that we clear the UIFW register, take away the legacy or the old items that have been sitting there, ensuring that we minimize the AG's findings by ensuring that systems are improved, making sure that consequence management is taken. And this we've just done that, Speaker, by approving item 61 of the revised item 61. So MPEC is really, really working. And I would like to, acknowledge what Councillor Cook was saying. The members of MPEC regularly meet, they work vigorously, and we ask that Council approves the item. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Mazibuku. And they are very hard at work. I've been to 3 or 4 of the meetings. Recommendations are on page 6. Is the item agreed to?
Manager is our person. No, our function is clear. Sure. Yeah, one of my phone is now. Sure.
Somebody was showing me where it's coming from. Who is it? Can you please show me the councillor that's doing that? Please show me the councillor. Councillor Nofamela, show me the councillor. It's not Mbengwa's. It was on this side. It was this side. No, not here. It was this side, but there. Thank you so much, colleagues. The recommendations on page 63.3 is the item agreed to. Thank you so much, councillors. We're moving on to the next item.
Madam Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in terms of Rule 84. Please note the ACDP's dissent on this item.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Oh, there's another hand. Councillor Olsen.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Just as a point of safety, I would just like to ask that the area below the broken window be cordoned off so that should that glass window collapse at any point, that the people sitting below it would be safe. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We'll attend to it. Thank you, Councillor Olsen. Can we go to the next item?
We now proceed to agency items. And item 64 is public participation for community-based planning, and that's for October to November 2025.
Councillor Y. Zigebe.
Speaker, I'm not going to take up the 3 minutes, and I'm not donating the remaining to anyone. The only thing I'm rising on is to acknowledge the work that has been done and preparations for the CBPs. You'd remember that at the IDP sessions that we had at Brixton, with the targeted stakeholders, people with disabilities, with a lot of issues stemming from the type of buses they were using, which was not adequate for them, also on catering. So now I'm rising to ask Tswetswe, as Speaker, if that's the right suit to use, that those things please be looked into as we go into each and every public participation, so that the people with disabilities would not be left out or would feel that they are being excluded or not cared for by this city, because we are building indeed a world-class African city. So therefore, we need to make sure that no one is left behind. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Zigebe. Councillor Christians from the DA.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, when I saw the heading of this, I was a bit confused because it talks to community-based planning. But as we go through this report, it talks to cluster meetings. So I'm not sure whether my English is not good or the translation from community to cluster has changed. But this report has got nothing to do with community-based planning. We are taking people from various communities, putting them into one area and expecting them to then say what their community wants. And that has been the result of what I spoke about when we spoke on the IDP. Your target was 20,000, you only reached 5,000 and less than 6,000. Now, if you're going to do this, we're definitely going to reach even less. But this report does not even talk to targets. So we are supposed to approve 4 million rand for 40 meetings. 4 million rand for 40 meetings. To do what, Madam Speaker? Is to tick this box here. This box of empty promises that we're going to give residents, because we're actually not listening to them. Madam Speaker, when we look at it, Region A will have 4 meetings. Region B will have 2 meetings. And unfortunately, the people of Region B cannot afford to join the technology age. That's why they don't even have a virtual meeting. So sorry to you councillors in Region B, you don't qualify for virtual meeting. And notice, Madam Speaker, I only speak to my colleagues behind me because they are the ones who represent those residents in Region B. Madam Speaker, in Region C, they get 1 virtual meeting and 4 physical meetings. Region C, Region B and Region C, those are the ones that bring in the most money here, and this is what they're getting. Region D, sorry, but the city has failed you. There is no technology in your areas. That's why you will not have a virtual meeting. In Region E, we have 1 virtual meeting, and this is where you're going to be reaching the most. And I think Councillor Zigebe was touching on that. How do we get to the most? The Gen Z generation is completely forgot. So that means the future of this country, the future of the city, is not being included in our CBPs. Region F, I'm sorry, but you have to go to somewhere else because there's only physical meetings. We are here today. We can transmit to the rest of Johannesburg, to the rest of South Africa, to the rest of the world this council meeting, but there is no virtual meeting for this region. Region G, once again, you also do not qualify for the technology age, so you will not have it. So the people in Lens who lead in IT in most areas, sorry for you, you do not qualify. Madam Speaker, as I said, is it just another tick box exercise that we are doing? And we are told, no, it's not. We are actually going to be doing the right thing. But is the right thing 40 meetings for 4 million rand? 4 million rand. I want to pause on that. It's 100,000 rand per meeting. Won't it be easier just to break that down and do 20,000 rand per community? Because you'll reach more people, and it will be proper community-based planning. It's not cluster meetings. Cluster meetings are for you, the executive, who wants to bring everybody together and give them this nice big picture of empty promises in that tick box exercise that you've done. Madam Speaker, I can give you this. It's free, this box, and you can go tick it, and it's not going to cost 4 million rand. But it's actually an insult to the residents of Johannesburg that you want to spend that kind of money and not actually speak to them. Because that's what you're doing. You're having cluster meeting once again, and we said it needs to be community-based. You have time, you have enough time from now till the end of this year to do each and every community, but you choose not to. You choose not to. You give us a plan where we're saying we're going to go to these communities, but it's not communities. You're actually taking them out of their communities, and you're putting them into some place where they're expected to speak with other wards, not even other communities only. It's other wards. You're not even keeping them in their own wards. Yet at the end of the day, these councillors sitting behind me have to go back to their ward and say, why did you not have it in my ward? Where is our input as the residents, as the ratepayers of the city? Madam Speaker, the only reason I stayed here today, even though I'm not well, is to speak on behalf of the residents. They need a voice. They need a voice, Madam Speaker. And as the custodian of public participation, I urge you, please take this report back. Have it redone, and let the community actually give input into it. That is why we cannot accept that 4 million rand will be spent in 40 public meetings and virtual meetings. Madam Speaker, I also want to go to the point where they say communication. And my colleague here just reminded me of something. We send out statements every single month. It's free. Why are we not using that to inform the community of where these meetings are going to happen? It's free, Madam Speaker. It's not going to cost 4 million rand. But it's going to get to everybody who pays for services, even though those residents outside today who are saying we are paying for services and getting nothing, and the mayor is promising they will be getting services. So let's hope the resident of Ward 58 will get some service as well. And as Councillor Dorosha has stood up in every single council meeting and said, my residents do not have water. The community-based planning is for him. It's for his residents. And if you look at his residents, where do they have to go? Ward 66 is going to Bertha Solomons. It's not even in his ward. How are those people who cannot afford to buy water and not getting water going to get to Bertha Solomons? He has a recreation center in his ward, but you don't want to do it. So in other words, what we're saying for Ward 66, you're getting dololo. You're getting this empty box again. And that's all it is. It's a tick box. So Madam Speaker, I urge you, and even though Councillor Zibigebe knew I was going to speak after me, he didn't want to give me his extra 2 minutes. But I will stop here because ultimately, Councillor Marema has to come and tell us. Are we going to continue this, or are we going to revise it to make it better for everybody? I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Before the chair of chair stands up, I actually know who played that. And you are still bragging of how you are sabotaging things. And I will deal with you when we are done in a very progressive way. I cannot see that councillors are sitting here and saying they are sabotaging the city of Johannesburg. Councillor Belinda, it's not up for debate, ma'am. We are going to take this to ethics, and you know who you are. You know exactly who you are. And we'll deal with it. It can't be right. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Marema? No, Councillor Belinda, don't worry. Huh? I'll make it public when I give announcements.
Now, thank you very much, Speaker of the City of Johannesburg, Councillor Margaret Arnolds. You know, when I see this item, I thought to myself, one councillor is given 3 minutes, one councillor is given 8.
Councillor, can you just, Chairs? Yes, Councillor.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. We have, as Action SA, submitted a speaker for this item, and I have given it this morning.
We only have 2 speakers.
I have submitted this morning with 2 patients this morning.
Patients?
Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor?
For Councillor
Kulu, but we'll allow the councillor to speak.
Thank you.
Councillor Kulu, am I right?
Speaker, you're correct. Thank you.
They just gave it to me now. Thank you. Councillor Kulu. Councillor, your 3 minutes is running. Your 5 minutes is running. It's on 4 minutes and 50 seconds.
Madam Speaker, councillors, and the residents of the City of Johannesburg, greetings once again. Madam Speaker, I am rising on agency items, especially item number 66, that speaks to...
Councillor, we are not on item 66. Can we agree that you are not prepared?
Madam Speaker, I think
Because we are
there
on
was a
item
mistake.
64.
Yes, I think there was a mistake with communication. We're on
Thank you,
66.
Councillor. Thank you so much. Chair of Chairs.
No, thank you very much, Speaker, and I'm happy you had forgiven the councillor because he is new. You know, sometimes concentrating on these long items may be confusing. But coming back to community-based planning, self-explanatory definition, community-based planning. Councillor Christian must know the city has other platforms where Councillor Darocha and many other councillors can go and raise service delivery matters, like your council forums. And I hope that these councillors do attend those meetings, because that is the platform that is created for all councillors to go and raise issues of service delivery.
Chair of Chairs, can you just hold on for Councillor Darocha? Councillor Darocha.
Madam Speaker, if that gentleman did his job, we wouldn't have this problem in the first place. I raised problems at the council forum. The council forums don't work.
Not the point
this
of
council.
And we can't even hear you, Councillor Belinda.
Because you switched me off.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to use Rule 72 on the Chair of Chairs. He's out of order. This item is a CBP where residents directly are consulted. Councillors' forums is where councillors are, where the city and the executive don't have direct access to the residents. So it's out of order to refer us back to councillor forum. It's out of order, it's misleading the House.
Okay. Councillor, Chair of Chairs, can you proceed, please? Can you proceed?
I thought you said I must take a seat, so...
No, I said proceed.
No, thank you very much. I am rising, Speaker, to request counsel. This is a process. We don't go out there to the community to solicit the plans that will feed into the IDP before we bring the item here. Today's item, it's not here for debate, to debate the report of CBP. We are here to ask for counsel, to allow us to go out there and talk to the residents, community-based planning. Now, so I'm not sure whether the auspices of freedom of speech
There's
is
something
allowed
like we
in
have
this
to
council.
Sorry, Chair of Chairs. When we want to say something, we raise our hands. No, you were not. Councillor Belinda?
Madam Speaker, I'm going to plead Rule 72 once again. The Chair of Chairs is out of order. I'm going to plead with him not to mislead this House. This item is coming in, it details the number of meetings per region. That is what it's given. He's misleading the House by telling us a long story about that it's only for permission. Those permission is specific for per region, and it gives you how many meetings per region. We're raising specific issues. He must not mislead the House. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Chair of Chairs, can you continue? You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, I feel that the freedom of speech in this council is
I'm not going to allow any other point of order. I'm going to allow the Chair of Chairs to continue. I'm not going to, everybody had a chance, and I think allow the Chair of Chairs to do what he's doing.
No.
If you're not agreeing with what he's saying, see, Chair of Chairs, can you continue?
no, just 2 lines so that I close the debate.
Can you please continue?
Just 2 lines. But before I get to the 2 lines, Speaker, I must indicate that I'm pretty disappointed. Disappointed in the fact that
both sides, please. I've got, colleagues, I do have allergex in my bag. So I can give you all allergex, right? Councillor Belinda, can we allow the Chair of Chairs? Chair of Chairs, please.
No. Firstly, must I continue?
Finish your 2 lines.
Sure. Yeah. No, you could have done that when Madam Ellen Zille was here yesterday to impress her. Not today when she's not here. You could have done that yesterday. It's too late. It's too late. It's too late.
Switch off your mic, Chair of Chairs.
She's coming, whether you like it or not.
Madam Speaker, we're waiting for the... Could we just stick to the item and stop having digs at each other, please? This is what started it yesterday.
Thank
so
you,
I'm asking
Councillor
nicely. Thank you.
Councillor Mafokeng, is that now a point of order on a point of order? I can't allow that. Councillor Mafokeng.
Thank you. No,
I
Speaker.
can't have a point of order.
No, it's not a point of order. No. Speaker is not...
Councillor Mafokeng,
it's not a
can
point
we
of order.
allow the Chair of Chairs to move on, please? And I am not no, Councillor. Councillor Chaim. Councillor Chaim. Councillor Vance, can you control the side? Chief Whip, can Councillor Mafokeng control the side, please? We are on 1 item, Councillor Ran, no more Point of orders. Chair of Chairs, can you continue? No more points of orders. Because everything, it's not a point of order any longer. Can you conclude? Can you conclude?
No, thank you very much, Speaker. For the sake of progress, I want to ask Council to approve and note this report that is before it. And I hope that in doing so, all councillors in their respective regions will go and attend the CBPs. I thank you.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. The report is for information. Is the item noted? Thank you, colleagues. Councillor Christians. Councillor Mhlongo. Councillor Mhlongo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker,
Councillor Christians.
I'm rising on Rule 84 for the record to be noted that we dissent to the noting of this because it's malicious compliance and not actually public participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Christians. We're going to the next item, which is our last item. Councillor Kunene.
Greetings, Madam Speaker. May we please have a caucus for 5 minutes, please, Madam Speaker, before this particular item.
5 minutes.
5 minutes, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Councillor Ran, I'm granting the 5 minutes.
No, it's fine. Can you just table the item?
Councillor Ran.
Item at all.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And sorry to jump the gun on before we table the item, but we haven't seen the item. So we're a little concerned that where we are on this. I know it's an urgency item, but we would like to discuss it and actually see the item. Thank you.
I'm granting a caucus.
Thank you.
When we come back, they have 5 minutes. When we come back, we will get on to the item. We have not even read the item in. I just said we're going to the next item, and the hand was up, so I'm granting that 5 minutes. Thank you. Not told me what they're going to discuss. Nobody has the item. We'll come back to the item and distribute the item. Hulle vra 5 minute, na hulle 5 minute kom ons terug en dan table ons die item.
Madam-
Nene, can you report back?
Madam Speaker, thank you very much, and we want to apologize for taking more than 5 minutes. Thank you very much. We are all okay.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor. STC.
Councillors, still on the agency items, we have item 66, and that is the report to advise council of the process to date on the progress to recruit the city manager.
Can we have the report? Can we have the report? LOEB. Someone's mic is on. Can you switch off your mic? Whoever's mic is on.
Greetings, Speaker, once again to yourself and the Executive Mayor and fellow councillors. Speaker, I rise on in terms of Rule 88 to request that this matter be dealt with in committee. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Can we switch off everything? And can we ask those people that are in the gallery to move out? And switch off your cameras, those of you that have cameras up in the gallery, or take, live streaming needs to stop.